Birthday.
Birthday! Happy
Yay.
45! We're go-
45. I thought you were 25. You lied to me.
Mm. You're very bolero. Okay. So we're going to take an early walk. It's only what, Daddy? Almost 2 a.m.
Go find a
2
bar.
a.m. We're gonna find a bar around the hotel. So I'll leave you here, guys. Muna. Uh, let's view the city nights. That one. Oh, that's the view. Yeah, from our there. Oh, look. Yan lang. Okay.
So we can use normal phone. We can use like.
We can use.
Okay.
Wait, I'm changing. Hello po. Hello. Block fruits, blocks fruits. Pearl. Happy viewing. It's very dark, but the lights are up. So most lights are coming from some establishments and some houses. So the hotel is surrounded by some parts of neighborhood, some condominiums, some buildings are being built up. There's the main highway on the left and some other establishments, maybe factories. Hello, taco. Oh my gosh, I can't read it. Sorry, I'm not turtle. Turtle. Let me put on my glasses. We have chocolates. Turtle God, hello po. Adam Bass. I'm not very good with uh the countries, the flags, but it looks like, is that Taiwan or, I'm sorry. It looks like a flag.
Which one?
That one.
China, no?
China? Is that China? Can you type in where you're watching us from? Welcome to our amazing travels, night viewing, night lights. Oh, Turkey! It's from Turkey. That's nice to know. Turkey is still part of Asia, right? Believe it or not, I just learned it months ago. Like I was watching a short reel, and it's one world fact that Turkey is also part of Asia. Happy watching from Turkey. Adam back. Yes. Right. Yeah, so sometimes we really get something from watching informative views. Maybe in the future we can also create videos like that, like trivias and world facts. I love knowing around the world. But for now, um, let's just enjoy what we can see. It's 2 o'clock in the morning here, so most people are still asleep, or are still sleeping. It's just that I woke up very early, and it's my birthday. Today's my birthday today. I'm celebrating my 45th birthday, so we're gonna get something to eat or drink outside, or maybe at the lounge, at the lobby. Thank you for watching.
So we've actually got occupation here from about 5,500 years ago. And then we've got every single bit of pottery you would expect up to about 1,100 BC. There's no gaps in that. So the place seems to have been continuously occupied throughout the Bronze Age.
Pablo Petri was occupied for 2,400 years during a revolutionary period of human development. At its peak, in the Bronze Age, around 1700 BC, it looked like this. A perfect example of the time when Europeans start to live in stone-built towns with regular laid-out streets. But one question remains. Why did the builders of this town choose this particular location in a remote part of ancient Greece? Exploring the drained landscape around the ancient city reveals an all-important clue. At its edge, a huge sandbank stretches out into the ocean. During the Bronze Age, people don't build ports out of stone. They bring ships up to the shore and then beach them. And Pablo Petri's location means it can exploit the trade routes that boomed during the Bronze Age across the Mediterranean. Evidence of early commercial activity is everywhere.
The interesting thing is we've clearly got a lot of material coming in. We've found thousands and thousands of shells of very large storage vessels, which have been used for storing olive oil, wine, that kind of thing, and generally anything. They were like the containers of the day.
And that's not all. Pablo Petri is also a hub for manufacturing.
We've got a lot of evidence for loom weights. Thousands of loom weights, way more than you would need for domestic production. So it seems that maybe textiles were something that were being produced on the site and perhaps exported.
Pablo Petri is an extraordinary, bustling, vibrant port city, and an important center of trade. So, how did such an advanced metropolis meet its end? An ancient submerged city off the coast of Greece. How it came to lie on the seafloor is a mystery.
One of the interesting things about Pablo Petri and its submergence is there's actually no historical references to it at all. It sunk into the waves and then it was out of sight, out of mind. And there's certainly no classical sources that refer to it sinking, and there's nothing until its discovery, really, in the 20th century.
Scanning the drained bay could reveal what happened to Pablo Petri. At the edge of the town, it's possible to make out three mysterious lines. These are strips of beach rock formed by the action of sunlight on salt water. They form only near the shoreline. It can mean only one thing. Earthquakes caused this land to subside into the sea.
So there was a big earthquake. Perhaps part of the remains went under the water and part of them was still surviving. There was another earthquake, it was pushed under, then there was a third, and it was gone.
Pablo Petri is one of the most important Bronze Age sites in the world, and the oldest submerged town ever discovered. But it's not alone.
A lot of the major finds in the next couple of decades are going to come from the sea. I think we have the potential to rewrite what we know about human history.
Pablo Petri is an extraordinary find, but it is not the legendary Atlantis. Various locations for Plato's dazzling city have been proposed around the world, but most academic investigations point to one place, the Mediterranean. As its waters continue to drain away at its western end, new and tantalizing evidence is revealed. Could archaeologists finally have found the site of Plato's famous lost city? Mark Butcher is a geophysicist, long fascinated by Plato's story.
I do think that becoming interested in Atlantis can be almost like a bug or an infection or like gambling. I think one can become obsessed.
Plato wrote about Atlantis in 360 BC, describing an advanced metropolis 9,000 years before his own time, lost beneath the waves in a cataclysmic event. Mark Butcher has analyzed Plato's texts, searching for clues to its location.
This power came forth out of the Atlantic Ocean from an island situated in front of the straits which are by you called the Pillars of Heracles.
The Pillars of Heracles is the name given by Plato to the maritime boundary of the ancient Greek world. Many locations have been suggested, but Mark believes he has the answer: the Straits of Gibraltar.
So here at Cape Spartel, we're at the northern edge of the Moroccan Atlantic coast and just at the entrance to the Straits of Gibraltar. About 10 to 15 kilometers off to the northwest, there's a submerged bank. Some people have suggested that it might have been inhabited and it might have formed the origin of the Atlantis legend.
Today, this area sits under the second busiest shipping route in the world, a difficult place for subsea investigation. During the project to study rising sea levels here, Mark gets his chance. Using a remotely operated vehicle, or ROV, he sets out to map the seafloor. It's challenging work.
It was very difficult. Both the towing of the camera was difficult, keeping the ship in place was difficult, and especially trying to keep the ROV in place was really, really difficult.
Finally, Mark gets the sonar scanning data that he needs. Now, combining this information with the latest computer graphics, it's possible to drain away the seawater from between the ancient pillars of Heracles and attempt to solve one of the greatest archaeological mysteries of all time. Soon, rocks begin to emerge, and the unmistakable outline of an island gradually appears. Is this the site of Atlantis, exposed for the first time in 11,000 years? Once again, important clues lie in Plato's own writing.
Plato says that the city and all of its warlike men were destroyed in one day and night of terrible misfortune caused by strong earthquakes and floods.
The island revealed by draining the ocean sits on a subduction zone, a boundary between the huge tectonic plates that make up the Earth's surface, the exact point where the biggest earthquakes strike. A series of powerful earthquakes and tsunamis could have obliterated Atlantis and sent the island on which it rests down into the ocean depths.
You could imagine that during great earthquakes there might have been some subsidence. So if we were to take into account maybe 20 or 30 meters of subsidence due to those earthquakes, there might have been a somewhat larger island there.
The geology supports Plato's account of the destruction of Atlantis, but one other vital piece of evidence is still needed. Draining the ocean has revealed a mysterious island exactly where Plato said Atlantis would be. But one other piece of evidence must be present for it actually to be Atlantis: the remains of substantial man-made structures. Using the drained landscape, it's possible to study the island's surface in extraordinary three-dimensional detail. Searching carefully for the remains of walls, temples, bridges, and anything constructed by human hands. But there are none. Nowhere on this mysterious island Are there any lines or geometric shapes which would indicate the presence of a great ancient city?
Atlantis did not exist in the tiny island of Spartel. If it did exist, traces of it have not yet been found.
However, the story of this submerged island is not over yet. There may be no trace of a city built out of stone, but evidence found on land nearby suggests that during the Stone Age, when sea levels were much lower, people did live here, and in many other places just like it. And during this period, our human ancestors make some of the most important breakthroughs of all time. They learned how to farm, keep domesticated animals, use sophisticated tools, build wooden houses, and begin to trade. Then, the last ice age comes to an end. Over the course of 15,000 years, sea levels rise by 400 feet, and the territory of these early people vanishes. Their tools, homes, and weapons are washed away. That elemental human story may help explain the timeless appeal of the Atlantis legend.
There are many, many stories out there in the world that recall times when land that was once inhabited was submerged. Did that information inform Plato's fiction about Atlantis?
I think there's no doubt that almost every culture in the world has a flood myth, a deluge story, because we developed as a species within this period of rising sea level. So that, for me, is so fundamental to understanding ourselves as a species that we should be looking into this.
Plato's story of Atlantis is about human folly and the destructive power of nature. Today, the rising level of the oceans threatens all coastal communities. Great port cities like Bangkok, Ho Chi Minh City, and Dhaka are all at risk. And in North America, there's one of particular concern. New Orleans. Sitting on the banks of the great Mississippi River, the city's average height is 6 feet below sea level. This makes it highly vulnerable to flooding. In 2005, disaster strikes. Hurricane Katrina causes a massive storm surge, and the levees designed to protect the city are breached. The resulting floods are catastrophic. Nearly 2,000 people die, and many more are left homeless. And the situation in New Orleans is getting worse because the city itself is sinking. Due in part to the removal of groundwater, some districts of New Orleans are subsiding by 2 inches a year.
Given ongoing sea level rise, which is a scientific fact, the time will come when some of our settlements in our time are underwater. Cities like New Orleans, they all have suffered incursions of water. And the time will come when we will no longer be able to battle that incursion.
By the turn of the next century, New Orleans could be uninhabitable. A mysterious underwater city studied by maritime archaeologists.
Imagine a place where every documentary takes you deeper, revealing the world's most captivating secrets. On January 1st, Sinimachi Doku transforms into Intelligence, the ultimate destination for documentaries. Dive into gripping stories of history, science, nature, and beyond. Here, knowledge meets curiosity. January 1st, discover
chance of a better life. Risky, spectacular, and sometimes simply beautiful. The world's most dangerous ways to school. They have only one goal, to attend school. But the only way to get there leads them across the river and the ice. No one likes walking it, but whoever wants to go to school has no choice. 4 days through the canyon. 4 days of struggle. 4 days of torrential water. It is one of the longest existing ways to school, and definitely one of the most dangerous ones. Zangla, a village on the river Zanskar, high up in the Ladakh, in the Indian Himalaya mountains. Everything seems sheltered, idyllic, almost like a small world of its own. Which is exactly the problem the 650 people living here face. Because their village lies in the midst of the Himalayan mountains, which are up to 8,000 meters high. They are isolated from the outside world in an almost never-ending winter. There are only a few months free from snow and ice. That's why the children who want to attend the good schools in town must take on one of the most dangerous ways on earth. Moto is only 10 years old, and even if it sounds incredible, he takes on this extremely dangerous journey. Moto attends boarding school in Leh, the second largest town in Ladakh. The 2 months of winter break are now coming to a close. Even though lessons will first start in a week's time, it's Motup's last day in the village. Motup is one of the few boys who regularly leave the village in order to attend one of the better schools in town. 2 years ago, he won a scholarship for the school. Since then, his and his family's life have changed a lot. For his schooling, Motup leaves many of his friends behind for a long time, because most of the children attend the standard school in the village. The way to school really is an expedition, lasting several days, for which Motup's parents, Latak and Choston, prepare meticulously. Latak will accompany his son on the way across the frozen river. There are no shopping facilities or accommodations on the river. The essentials, like provisions and sleeping bags, have to be carried by father and son themselves. Latak must not forget anything. Every packing mistake can become life-threatening on their journey. The heavy load is carried on the self-towed sleigh most of the way. The chadar, as the way on the ice is called, makes many demands of fathers and sons.
The chadar poses many riddles. The water may rise at any time. Obstacles may appear from nowhere. Therefore, the journey may take 7 to 8 days, and sometimes even more than a fortnight. That's why we have to carry all the stuff with us.
The children, living in the up to 4,000-meter high-lying mountain valleys of northwestern India, must decide early on whether they want to leave their village at some point. In most cases, this is only possible if they go to a better school at an early age. Young Doyle lives in the neighboring village. Her big house is almost empty because none of her 4 children live at home on a permanent basis. All of them attend school far away from the village.
Yeah. Okay, take this with, and this, and this also.
Her daughter, Dorka, is 12 years old and is anxiously preparing for her dangerous way to school. But for her dream job, she puts up with a lot.
I want to be a doctor when I grow up. I want to take care of patients. I like doctors.
Her mother, Yandol, wants her children to attend good schools. That's why both she and her children accept the separation.
If children agree to go to that school, it's already a great relief. Nowadays, without proper schooling, one is no longer a valuable member of society. That's why we send the children to school, whether one becomes valuable or not. Education is a must.
Shortly before departure, Motuk, who is in the 5th grade, and his father take another close look at the river. They've only made the journey to Chadar one other time before, and that was the previous year. How long will it take them this time? And whether they will make it at all solely depends on the condition of the river's ice. Apart from this bridge, there is no infrastructure at all on the Samska. The river is completely untouched, inaccessible, without a footpath on either side. For father and son, it's of vital importance to know the river and its dangers in detail.
We first have to cross the ice over there. You agree, don't you? Afterwards, we can easily pull the sleigh through the snow.
But Motuk is not really listening. He dreams what the risky way across the river might hold in store for him.
I want to be a pilot when I grow up. Because the pilot and his plane are always up in the air. I like that. I'd love to be up in the air.
The way to his dream, dangerous and far. About 100 kilometers on foot through melting ice lie ahead of the 10-year-old boy. The Chadawa has many facets, and even among the local experts, it is considered to be entirely unpredictable. Anyone walking along here is afraid of falling in and being pulled under by the current. The last dinner within the family circle. Motuk was at home for 2.5 months. Now he's leaving again for a very long time. The family is proud because Motuk was selected for a school which was founded by the Dalai Lama. Not only in the neighboring Tibet, but also in the Indian Ladakh, the Dalai Lama is the most worshipped and admired person. Motuk says goodbye to his family with a song in honor of the school founder. The next morning, the 12-year-old Dorka starts even earlier on her way to school. Her home is quite far away from the point of access to the river. Her mother, Yandol, accompanies her. Motuk says goodbye to his mother outside the house. Except 2 weeks for summer holidays, he won't see his family for 9 months from now on.
I'm very sad and have no appetite. The first 2 weeks after letting my child go were very tough and lonely. After a fortnight, I miss them less, and it gets a bit better. Being on my own is difficult. When my big brother's at home, we do everything goats, but now I have to do that by myself, and that's difficult.
With good reason, parents and children cross the river always in small groups. That way, they can help each other in an emergency and profit from the other's experience. Motup and his father meet Gorkao down at the river. She will join them.
Hello, how are you? Shake his hand. Come on, shake his hand.
Two more fellow students are waiting. Zeshma and Jordan. They are accompanied by Jordan's father, Thinley. Latab carries Dorka's baggage. His sleigh must bear more than 30 kilograms by now. The six of them plan to make the 100 kilometers in 3 to 4 days, if nothing goes wrong. Motup and the other children use hiking sticks for better support. The adults carry the sticks for a different reason.
With the stick, we check if the snow and the ice are okay. The stick is a tool for us. Here, the snow is hard and good.
At the beginning, the path is wide, the ice strong and thick. The children are making good progress on the fresh snow. It is cold. In spite of the sunshine, temperatures lie at minus 10 degrees Celsius. In the shade, it is far colder. The first 3 hours of the way that will last for days lies now behind the children. They're tired and have decided to ride on the sleighs. Time for the first break, right next to the river on the ice. Thinly lights the kerosene stove. Latak fishes water from the river, of course. Hot and sweet food is supposed to invigorate the children. Dinner is what it always is in wintertime, even at home. Chai and samba. This is a sweet, milky tea made with barley flour. One 10-minute break per hour, one big break per day. By following this rhythm, the adults hope that the children will be able to cope with the challenges of this long way to school. At least Motup is optimistic. He has been through this once before.
Last time, it wasn't that far. I liked it. I was only a bit scared.
Afternoon is approaching. It won't be long until the sun disappears behind the mountains of the canyon. Then, temperatures could quickly drop below minus 30 degrees Celsius. Concentration suffers from the permanent cold and exertion, but it makes no difference. They have to keep going, and quickly. Motup's mother, Chosdon, is visiting the stupa in Sankla. And the Buddhist monument, she will pray for a safe passage for Motup and Ladak.
at Shadar was very tough. Sometimes they had to walk in the water. All the clothes got wet and so did the money. They nearly fell off the rocks, but luckily they were rescued.
During the winter months, the Chadar is the only way to leave the high mountain valley Sanskar. In this uppermost northwestern part of India, there is practically no infrastructure. Whoever doesn't absolutely need to go to town stays in this village and goes to town in summer. For many Ladakhis, the Chadar is an adventure they never want to experience. But still, school children regularly make the long journey. The sun has just gone down behind the mountain and river valley. It suddenly turns ice cold. Their first night out in this unforgiving wilderness lies before them. Ladakh and Findlay now need shelter as quickly as possible for the night. A few meters above the river, they have discovered a cave. Finding a safe shelter by the river is an adventure in itself, and it certainly won't be the only time they will all have to climb the rocks. They will spend the first night up here in this half-open cave. The cold has already struck the children to the marrow. They must keep themselves warm by every means in order not to fall ill. At nightfall, temperatures decrease to minus 30 degrees Celsius. Now the fire not only warms the inhabitants, but also heats up the cave floor a bit, on which fathers and children will later want to sleep. Motuk is tired, and his father is concerned about the following days.
If the weather remains good, this will be a calm Shadar. If it gets bad, anything can happen. I think it'll work out.
At least day 2 starts with sunshine. The night was cold, but bearable. On the Chadar, there are no pajamas or extra clothing. One sleeps in the clothes one is already wearing. The only way to endure the icy temperatures in the old army sleeping bags. And a solid night's sleep is important for the children.
I get tired when we walk for a long time. Sometimes we don't take any breaks, but I like the breaks. When we stop for the night, I look forward to my sleep.
From now on, things get very serious. The most difficult passages of the way to school are imminent. The river Zanskar digs ever deeper into the canyon. The speed in which the river flows increases dramatically, and there is less and less ice along its banks. From now on, this way to school is seriously dangerous. Further down, they reach the first really difficult passage. The ice at the edge of the rock is so narrow and thin, it seems they are stuck for the moment.
ice is strong enough to support them. Here the river is not deep, but fast and extremely cold. If one of the children fell into the water here, quite definitely he or she would be pulled under the ice by the river's current. The mistake would be fatal. 10-year-old Mutuk dares to go first. His father, Latak, keeps his eyes glued to him all the time. Passages like this one, a foretaste of the difficulties which experience has shown, will be awaiting them in the course of this journey. Latak and Thinley take no risks. Their responsibility for the children is too great. This time, everything works out fine. But the next problem is just around the corner. The river levels have risen during the night. Water has run across the ice cover, and another ice layer has formed. A treacherous one indeed. Moving forward on the river becomes ever more difficult. The danger intensifies as the route leads downhill. As the group advances towards the valley, the warmer it gets. The ice on the rocks gets thinner and thinner. Here, the ice has already broken away from the edge of the rock. The fathers decide to examine the next few meters on their own, without children. The danger of breaking through and slipping into the water is too great. If they can't continue on the ice, they must avoid it by moving across the rocks.
Can we cross here? From up above or from here? No, it's impossible from here. We have to climb the other way.
At all costs, Latak wants to avoid a dangerous climb and takes another close look at the narrow parts. No chance at all. They have to climb over the rocks. Falling is only one of the fears that trouble Latak.
What can one say about the Chadar? 3 years ago, a boy broke through the ice and died. I knew the boy. That's not allowed to happen, and shouldn't ever happen. That's what I pray for.
The men have to investigate whether the rock is passable at all here.
It seems possible. Moreover, they don't really have a choice. The fathers decide to carry the luggage over to the other side first. It's a balancing act, and a very dangerous one too. More so with 30 kilograms of weight on their backs. Finley fights his way up the rock inch by inch in his rubber boots. The higher he climbs, the more difficult the passage gets. The rock ledge is the crux. Far more narrow, steep, and difficult. The descent to the river. Finley gropes his way down without safety ropes. One false step, and he falls river together with his backpack. Done, even without safety equipment. They somehow managed. While the children are still completely unaware of the dangerous situation, the tug sets off with the remaining luggage. So far, the chadar has worked out well for the children. Now, the first really great challenge on their way to school lies ahead of them. First up, Motuk and Durga. The adults split up in a way so that they can help the children at the most dangerous spots. The fathers do not carry ropes or any security devices. Should Motuk slip, Finley must by all means catch him. Now, once more, it gets really steep. One slip and fall into the cold water, and the river would instantly carry away the children. The fear is written all over Motuk's face. But in the end, everyone manages the dangerous passage across the rocks.
I was afraid while climbing, but it was also fun. The mountains were high and it's scary to look down.
Done. The next passage is easier, especially on the sleigh. From time to time, the clear ice surfaces, the right moment to catch your breath.
this, the way to school is fun, and time flies for the next few kilometers.
On the Chadar, I like riding a sleigh the most because it feels like sitting in a little car. It is a lot of fun.
The next day, day 3, the weather has suddenly changed. The fathers had been expecting this already yesterday. It's snowing. Fresh snow means rising temperatures, and therefore rising water levels. Here, in the narrowest and steepest part of the canyon, this could have serious consequences. Today, they're great for playing with. At high water, the iron bars serve as a footbridge across the river. If they too are beneath water level, there is no way forward. Then the river becomes impassable at this point.
I've never been held up here by high water. But I've heard of people that had to go around this place, and they needed an extra 2 days. Because of high water.
Last time, Latak was standing in the water up to his belly. It quickly becomes obvious that, again, he and the children will not get away from the high water. An approaching group knows what it looks like over there on the river.
Hello, how are you? What does it look like over there? High water? It's up to here. Up to the knee? Yeah. Up to where exactly? Up to here? No, to here.
In fact, the condition of the ice coverage is ominous, menacing, worrisome, threatening. How high the water actually is becomes evident only when the school children and their fathers are right in the middle of it, because the water level may suddenly rise within minutes. To dodge into the rocks once again is absolutely impossible. They are too steep here. Finley urges them to hurry up.
Okay, that's not a lot of water. Let's go. Not over there, come here.
Latak dares to go onto this passage together with the 2 boys and Seshma. The rubber boots are impermeable, but not lined. The feet immediately turn ice cold, and that hurts. For the moment, Dorcas stays behind. Her boots are not high enough. In the middle of the river, the levels seem to decrease a little again. But the children are now ice cold in their boots. Jordan can't go on any longer. After 200 meters, he is absolutely exhausted and needs to be carried. A little later, the water gets deeper once again. Now, it seeps into the rubber boots. At least Mutum has stayed dry, in contrast to Jordan. Water has seeped into his boots at these icy temperatures. has taken precautions and has a fresh pair of socks for him. The duck has now waded back to fetch Dorka. Everything is completely wet at minus 30 degrees. Finley didn't pack extra dry socks for himself, though, and so the old ones in the wet rubber boots will have to do. The duck must cross the river 3 times. For Dorka, one piggyback ride is already enough.
I was very afraid here a moment ago. It feels as if you're falling into the river, but I like the climbing.
Day 4. The destination seems within reach. Only a few minor, tricky passages lie ahead of them now. Wotup and the others are in a hurry to reach the town now. On the one hand, they are simply tired out after 90 kilometers of marching. And on the other hand, rising temperatures are melting the ice more and more. Here, a few kilometers away from the road leading to Leh, it once again gets really dangerous. The edges of the ice on both sides of the river are very thin. The current and the warmth have almost cleared the river of ice. Again, the rocks are the only way out. Going up seems to be less tiring this time. But going down... This detour, so shortly before the end, is very hard for the students. Especially Jordan, who is so exhausted he can hardly walk anymore. He repeatedly loses his balance.
The fact that we went over the rocks once again was not so bad, but sometimes I was afraid too. Because from the top, it feels like you are looking down a high, steep wall.
But then, the children have made it. After about 100 kilometers on the river, a steep path forks off towards the stream. The last real obstacle on the way to school in Leh. Now the fathers, too, are exhausted. They want to freshen themselves up a little before arriving at the big town. At the end of the school holidays, share taxis are waiting for fathers and children who have to return to school. up here in the middle of nowhere. It's another 60 kilometers to Leh. Motuk, Jordan, Dolka, and Teshma are totally tired. They fall asleep immediately and are too exhausted to be glad to have made it across the river. 2 hours later, they reach Leh. After a 4-day expedition, the boys arrive at the school gate. The girls attend a different, bigger school. They have to drive on. Here at the stairs of the Jamyang School, one of the most dangerous ways to school on earth, ends for Motuk and Jordan. And school begins. Together with their fathers, they register for the new school year. Only a few steps away is Motuk's dormitory. The 10-year-old shares his bedroom with 7 fellow students. Two of the boys have already arrived. They come from remote valleys. Their way to school is much shorter, so their parents can visit them from time to time, in marked contrast to Motuk.
Of course, I'm a bit sad, but at the same time, I am happy to meet my friends again. But it's still very sad because my dad brought me here and now he has to leave.
A few minutes later, it's time to go. The fathers must quickly return due to the rising temperatures. After only half an hour, they say goodbye to their sons without further ado.
Don't be cheeky, don't start fighting, and be good at school. Take good care of each other. It feels bad, very sad. I feel like crying leaving the children behind like that. It's just sad. But we don't cry, because we don't want to set a bad example. It might make them want to cry even more. And that's why we try to control ourselves and just leave quickly.
Latak and Thinley quickly set out because of the unpredictable conditions on the river. They don't know how long the ice will last and do not want to waste time. The next day is a Saturday, the beginning of the new school year. Everyone in Motuk's school starts with a Buddhist prayer. Dorka's school lies at the upper end of town. Here too, everyone prays. Then the headmaster holds an introductory speech for the new school year. Dorka's school is much bigger. After the morning assembly, 1,400 students go to their classrooms.
Good morning, sir. Okay, how are you?
Dorka is in the 7th grade now. She's got math class, or rather, the joy of mathematics. Motuk now is in the 5th grade, and he swiftly receives a pile of new books.
One luxury the school of his home village does not offer. Lunchtime. All 300 students of the Jamyang school assemble in the auditorium. They're having rice and lentils, served by the so-called foster mothers. For Mutup, the foster mothers are the people to whom he relates most closely at boarding school. They live together with him in a residential home and support their fosterling not only practically but also morally. One of them is Doima Seki.
When the children return from holidays, at first they miss their parents very much. Their mother, their dad. But after a week, everything returns to normal again. We let the children play. We divide them into different groups. We console them, and slowly, they calm down.
Time will heal the painful farewells. Mutup and Jordan have found a surrogate family here at school. Their fathers, Latak and Lindley, are back on the Chadar. Ahead of them lies a long and dangerous way, and no one knows what surprises it holds in store.
Imagine a place where every documentary takes you deeper, revealing the world's most captivating secrets. On January 1st, Seimachi Doku transforms into Intelligence, the ultimate destination for documentaries. Dive into gripping stories of history, science, nature, and beyond. Here, knowledge meets curiosity. January 1st, discover intelligence.
Seek answers to life's biggest mysteries with Solving the Unsolved. Only on Intelligence, the world of knowledge.
Wir haben am 1. April 1991 mit dem Kommando Ulrich Wessel den Chef der Berliner Treuhandanstalt Detlef Carsten Rohwedder erschossen. Rohwedder saß seit 20 Jahren in Schlüsselpositionen in Politik und Wirtschaft. Die Krönung von Rohwedders Karriere sollte seine Funktion als Bonner Statthalter in Ostberlin sein. Seit ihrer Annexion ist die Ex-DDR faktisch Kolonie der Bundesrepublik. Die Wirtschaft soll systematisch kaputt gemacht werden, damit danach das Kapital auf freiem Feld und mit entwurzelten Menschen den Neuaufbau nach seinen Maßstäben organisieren kann. Für die Durchsetzung dieses Planes hat die Bundesregierung Rohwedder ausgesucht und er war dafür mit seiner Brutalität und Arroganz auch der Richtige. 40 Jahre Sozialismus auf dem Gebiet der Ex-DDR haben mehr Schaden angerichtet als der Zweite Weltkrieg, sagte er. So redet einer, der die Welt in Produktivitätssteigerung und Profitraten sieht und für den Menschenleben nichts zählen. Die Arbeit der Treuhand bedeutet für die Menschen mehr als den Verlust des Arbeitsplatzes, die neben dem materiellen Elend von Millionen Arbeitslosen auch die Armut in den Köpfen und Herzen der Menschen bedeutet.
Für die Masse der Erniedrigten und Beleidigten bedeutet diese Entwicklung die Zerstörung ihrer Lebenszusammenhänge. Sie sollen abgeschoben werden in Betonghettos, die nach dem Prinzip gebaut worden sind, die Menschen zu isolieren.
Und gleichzeitig ist die Frauenfeindlichkeit ganz offen ausgebrochen. Bei den Schließungen der Ex-DDR-Betriebe fliegen als erstes die Frauen raus. Die Kinderkrippen werden dicht gemacht und es soll den Frauen die Entscheidung darüber, ob und wie viele Kinder sie haben wollen, genommen werden, so wie wir es aus der BRD schon lange kennen. Wir begreifen unsere Aktion gegen einen der Architekten Großdeutschlands auch als Aktion, die diese reaktionäre Entwicklung an einer Wurzel trifft. um Befreiung. Rote Armee-Fraktion, Kommando Ulrich Wessel.
Na, diese Erklärung, das ist glaube ich das Beste, was du auf je geschrieben hast. Nicht? Weil da ist alles drin.
Unser Vaterland, wieder vereint.
Dr. Jürgen Detlef Rohwedder, Sohn eines Buchhändlers, studierte Rechts- und Wirtschaftswissenschaften. 1979 wurde Rohwedder Mitglied des Vorstandes der Frisch AG in Dortmund, deren Vorstandsvorsitzender er seit 1980 ist. Herr Dr. Rohwedder, heute gelten Sie als ein beinharter, zielstrebiger Manager. Hat der Beruf den Menschen Rohwedder verändert?
Ich habe nie Zweifel gehabt, dass sie die politische Verantwortung hatte und dass sie die Tatausführung auch zu verantworten hatte, das war mir klar.
Der Chef der Berliner Treuhandanstalt Rohwedder ist offensichtlich von Terroristen ermordet worden.
Die Rote Armee-Fraktion hat sich zu dem Mord bekannt. This morning police were looking for clues and finding one. The trademark document left by the Red Army faction, the terrorist group which has often singled out economic targets in the past.
Das ist eines der üblichen Schreiben, die von der Roten Armee-Fraktion nach Anschlägen herausgegeben worden sind. Wir im Bundeskriminalamt hatten die Aufgabe zu prüfen, ob dieses Schreiben, diese Bekennung authentisch ist. Wir hatten dazu die eine oder andere Möglichkeit. Die HF hatte einen eigenen Druckstock. Wir haben also diese Bekennerschreiben mit diesem Stern und der Maschinenpistole mit der HF im sogenannten Tiefdruckverfahren hergestellt. Und wenn unsere Kriminaltechnik die Dinger vergleichen konnte und dann hast du Elektronen geguckt, konnte man sagen, das ist der gleiche Druckstock. Dann muss man RAF Original.
Was steht in diesem Bekennerschreiben drin?
Es ist eine kurze Selbstbezichtigungsnachricht in typischen RAF-Kauderwelsch, Blutkauderwelsch gehalten, im Kampf gegen die reaktionären ostdeutschen und westeuropäischen Pläne zur Unterwerfung und Ausbeutung der Menschen hier und so weiter und so weiter.
In dem fünfseitigen Schreiben wird Rohwedder vorgeworfen, Kapitalstratege und brutaler Sanierer gewesen zu sein.
Ein Pamphlet voller verschrobener pseudorevolutionärer Phrasen. Gleichzeitig ist die kriminelle Potenz dieser Leute gewachsen. Man hinterlässt kaum noch verwertbare Spuren.
Die Rote Armee-Fraktion war keine Rote Armee, sondern sie war, wenn man die ganzen 28 Jahre ihrer Existenz sich ansieht, höchstens eine Fraktion. Das heißt, eine relativ kleine Gruppe.
Es gibt Personen, die sprechen von mehreren Generationen der RAF. Das war im Grunde ein Nachwachsen von immer wieder Neuen, die in die RAF eingesiedelt sind. Die haben ja wie die Fische im Wasser gelebt, die waren ja Stadtgewinner. Die haben im Untergrund gelebt.
Aber wenn diese Gruppe sich anmaßte, die politische Klasse und auch die ökonomische Klasse mit den entscheidenden Köpfen anzugreifen, dann war dieser Anspruch schon einmalig und auch historisch einmalig.
Bombenpolitik in der Bundesrepublik. Eine neue Form der politischen Auseinandersetzung schränkte in diesen Wochen Millionen Bundesbürger.
Erschreckender könnte die Terrorbilanz kaum aussehen.
Generalbundesanwalt Bubeck wird in Karlsruhe Karlsruhe auf offener Straße erschossen. Jürgen Koppler, einer der bedeutendsten deutschen Bankiers, ist an den Folgen des erfolgreichen Attentats gestorben.
Im Entführungsfall Schleier mehren sich am Abend die Anzeichen, dass der Arbeitgeberpräsident von den Terroristen ermordet worden ist.
Wir haben gewarnt, wir haben gesagt, wer das nächste Opfer sein wird. Gleichzeitig musste ich aber sehen, dass die operativen Kräfte bei den Sicherheitsbehörden nicht in der Lage waren, diesen vorhersehbaren Angriffen der RAF etwas entgegenzusetzen.
Robert war schon damals einer dieser Schreibtischtäter, die tagtäglich über Leichen gehen und die im Interesse von Macht und Profit Elend und Not von Millionen Menschen planen. In den 80er Jahren machte sich Robert als Chef des Hirsch-Konzerns einen Namen als brutaler Sanierer.
Herr Dr. Röder, glauben Sie, dass man Sie in der Belegschaft mag?
Nein, das glaube ich nicht. Ich glaube, das ist etwas, was man als Unternehmenschef auch nicht anstreben oder jedenfalls nicht erwarten sollte. Es muss auch ein deutliches, wie soll ich mal sagen, nicht ein Feindbild, aber es muss eine Bezugsperson geben, an der sich Frustration, Existenzangst, enttäuschte Lebenserwartung, zu niedriger Lohn, Angst vor Arbeitslosigkeit und derlei abladen lässt.
Er hat bei Hirsch in wenigen Jahren mehr als 2/3 aller ArbeiterInnen rausgeschmissen und den bankrotten Konzern zu neuen Profitraten geführt. Dafür wurde er 1983 zum Manager des Jahres gekürt. Die Krönung von Roberts Karriere sollte seine Funktion als Bonner Stadthalter in Ostberlin sein.
Haben Sie eine Menge gelernt hier in Dortmund, auch für Ihre Arbeit in Berlin?
Ja, absolut, ja. Ich glaube, dass die Dortmunder Erfahrung auch mit dem Ausschlag dafür gegeben hat, dass man mir das angetragen hat und auch zutraut, denn in den neuen Bundesländern wird es ja noch Konflikte genug geben. Und ich glaube, dann muss man da auch jemanden haben, der keine Angst hat, mal vor Arbeit zu treten und da aufzusprechen.
Die Situation hat sich in einer dramatischen Weise verschlechtert. Meine Herren, ich bin nicht von der Bundesbahn, ich bin hier kein Schaffner, der einen Zug abfahren lässt, egal in welche Richtung.
Geht sowas vielleicht, dass man Menschen entlässt in die Arbeitslosigkeit vielleicht leichter, weil man die einzelnen Arbeitnehmer als Vorstandsvorsitzender gar nicht kennt?
Ja, das ist sicher. Wenn man die Einzelnen kennen würde, das einzelne Schicksal wirklich in sich aufnehmen würde, das würde Entscheidungen schwerer machen. Allerdings, es muss gemacht werden, wenn etwa der Bestand eines ganzen Unternehmens auf dem Spiel steht.
Also ich gehe im Fall Komplex Hochwälder ja davon aus, dass mit an Sicherheit grenzender Wahrscheinlichkeit die sogenannte dritte Generation der RAF hier Tatbeteiligter und Verantwortlicher war.
Die Mörder von Treuhandchef Detlef Carsten Rohwedder haben sich in nichts aufgelöst. Nirgendwo eine Spur, kein verwertbarer Fund am Düsseldorfer Tatort. Die Fahnder treten auf der Stelle.
Aus dem Urlaub in der Schweiz kehrt Justizminister Kinkel zurück. Am Abend nach dem Mord geriet seine Einschätzung zum Offenbarungseid.
Wir gehen davon aus, dass das im Kern etwa 15 Personen sind. Aber ich muss ganz offen einräumen, dass sie uns im Einzelnen nicht bekannt sind. Es liegt einfach daran, dass die Gruppe klein ist, im Gegensatz zu früher auch keinerlei Spuren mehr hinterlässt.
Es ist wahr, seit vor 10 Jahren Hessens Finanzminister Karri erschossen wurde und 4 Jahre später der MTU-Manager Zimmermann bei München, gibt es keine Spuren mehr. Genauso wenig wie 1986 bei Siemens-Vorstand Beckholz. Auch nicht bei einem gleichartigen Attentat auf den Staatssekretär im Innenministerium Hans Neusel. RAF-Bekenner schreiben wie immer, aber keine Täterspur.
Die Berechenbarkeit der RAF, die ich ja für so zentral halte, die gilt auch hinsichtlich ihres Verhaltens gegenüber den staatlichen Behörden gegenüber. Hier gibt es keinen Fall, dass Informationen an die Sicherheitsbehörden gegangen sind.
Roboter, naja, also ich sagte auch, es war der Kapitalismus nicht. Und den Kapitalismus kann man nicht erschießen, sonst hätte es schon längst alle gemacht. In Lutzdaufe mit 5 anderen die deutsche Botschaft in Stockholm überfallen und haben hier 2 Geiseln ermordet. Und 2 von uns, die sind auch dabei gestorben. Ich war 20 Jahre im Knast, die meiste Zeit in verschiedenen Abstufungen von Isolationshaft. Die dritte Generation, also ich weiß nicht so richtig, wer das war. Ich habe ja mit diesen Menschen keinen Kontakt gehabt und vielleicht habe ich mal einen getroffen, ohne es zu wissen, dass einer schon in ist. Rote Armee war natürlich Kommunismus, war natürlich Sozialismus, links in irgendeiner Form. Wir hofften, dass wir das globale System, das A, den Faschismus hervorgebracht hat und B, den Kolonialismus, dass dieses System überwunden wird, zerschlagen wird, bekämpft wird und dass ein anderes System menschlicher Gesellschaft an die Stelle tritt. Wir waren die erste Nachkriegsgeneration in einem Land, das 2 Weltkriege vom Zaun gebrochen hat. Ich bin aufgewachsen in einer Kultur, in der der Faschismus noch nicht unbeliebt war. Wir hatten einen Lehrer, der kam immer mit zum Tag beim Plattenspiel an und hat eine Schallplatte aufgelegt und das waren Reden von Hitler.
Das deutsche Volk ist wieder stark geworden in seinem Geiste, stark in seinem Willen.
Mit 16, 17, da habe ich dann zum ersten Mal mitgekriegt, dass 6 Millionen Juden ermordet worden sind während des Zweiten Weltkrieges. Jetzt weiß ich, dass mein Vater in der SS war. Er hat dann nur so darauf reagiert, wer hat hier das denn eingeredet, ja. Das war so eine Motivation, diese Enge zu entkommen. Und dann lief zur gleichen Zeit Vietnamkrieg.
Wir haben auf der Straße demonstriert für den Frieden in Vietnam. Und eigentlich hätten die Leute Beifall klatschen müssen. Haben uns bespuckt, haben...
Ich sag Ihnen ja vernichten. Das wäre das Allerbeste, ne? Alles ausrotten, wie sie da sind.
Dann vielleicht erschießen.
Was wollen Sie denn? Die nehmen doch von unsere Steuergroschen. Weg mit denen. An die Wand gestellt und weg.
Oder wir haben uns zugerufen. Aber ich habe noch vergessen zu vergasen, nicht? Also das war die Situation damals. Wir waren in einem Land, in dem wir nicht leben konnten. Wir waren ja nicht gewünscht. Wir hatten da keine Startmöglichkeit in dieser Kultur, in dieser Atmosphäre. Wir haben alles dran gesetzt, um dieses System niederzukämpfen.
Am 24. April 1975 besetzen 6 Terroristen die deutsche Botschaft in Stockholm. Sie fordern die Freilassung der RAF-Gefangenen. Als die Bundesregierung ihre Forderungen ablehnt, erschießen sie 2 Botschaftsangehörige und zünden die Sprengladungen.
Lägg ut! Lägg ut! Lägg ut! Lägg ut! Ja, här är nu ambassadbyggnaden. Alldeles nyss hördes en våldsam...
Unser Ziel war, 16 Gefangene zu befreien. Aus dem Punkt sind 4 Tote. Und 4 Leute, die lebenslänglich im Knast gesessen sind. Eine Aktion von dieser Härte hat es vorher nicht gegeben. Und die Aktion, die wir machten, das sollte ja auch immer so einen Vorbildcharakter haben. Will andere sich daran orientieren, auch mal an den bewaffneten Kampf gehen.
Damals gab es dann Diskussionen, Gewaltanwendung ja oder nein. Also darf man oder darf man nicht. Ich hatte immer das Gefühl, wenn ich was dagegen machen will, dann muss ich das auch mit ganzer Überzeugung tun. Und die RAF für mich, die waren bereit, ganz viel aufzugeben, sogar ihr Leben aufs Spiel zu setzen. Und das fand ich, das fand ich besonders. Dann habe ich dann erst einmal alle meine Dokumente verbrannt und von da an war ich Mitglied der RAF. Und dann habe ich als erstes Mal eine Waffe bekommen.
Auch Silke Meyer-Witt, 27 Jahre, gilt als besonders gefährlich. Ihr wird die Beteiligung an mehreren schweren Straftaten zur Last gelegt. Silke Meyer-Witt ist 1,71 Meter groß und schlank. Sie hat blaue Augen und dunkelblonde Haare. Besonders auffällig ihr lückenhaftes Gebiss.
Und habe ich da Autos gemietet, Pässe fälschen gelernt. Also solche Sachen.
16 flüchtige Mitglieder dieser Bande sind der Polizei bekannt. Nach ihnen wird gefahndet. Hinweise nehmen alle Polizeidienststellen entgegen.
Gab es einen Vorgang, der sagte, jetzt ist die RAF völlig am Boden. In Frankfurt, nur durch Zufall, hat es eine Verhaftungswelle gegeben. Dort ist die gesamte bestehende RAF-Kommandostruktur ausgehoben worden.
Das war ein schöner Fahndungserfolg, natürlich gerade mit Christian Klar, der also, ich sag's mal mit meinen Worten, der Killer der RAF war, der also rücksichtslos mehrere Menschen getötet hat. Das war natürlich schon das Gefühl, wir haben es erledigt, das war's.
Mit all denen, die dann verhaftet wurden, war die RAF praktisch tot. Und wir waren jetzt so eher einfach kopflos. Ja. Und dann hatte eine in der Gruppe Kontakt mit der Staatssicherheit. Und dann hieß es, wir kommen in die DDR. Und dann war die nächste Frage, was weiß ich von der DDR? Eigentlich nichts. Ja. Auch enttäuschend erst, so, weil ich gedacht habe, was kann man schon Revolutionäres in der DDR tun? Ja? Dann haben wir unsere DDR-Personalausweise erhalten und waren dann DDR-Bürger.
Schon eine große Frechheit auf der einen Seite, aber auch eine Anerkennung für die Leistung der Staatssicherheit, die das wirklich professionell abgewickelt hat.
Man hat ihre Lebensläufe neu schreiben lassen, man hat ihnen Wohnungen besorgt, man hat ihnen einen geeigneten Arbeitsplatz besorgt, man hat alles für sie getan, dass sie wirklich eine neue sozialistische Heimat finden würden, aber gleichzeitig hat man mit größtem Misstrauen jeden Schritt von ihnen überwacht.
Das war eine Dauerbetreuung. Immer wieder kam mal jemand vorbei. Und da habe ich gedacht, ich bin irgendwie doch schon ziemlich ausgeliefert, diesem Verein da, ja. Was wäre die Alternative? Das wäre im Knast zu sitzen, genauso lange. Ja.
Die RAF hat eine Fähigkeit entwickelt, die nur selten bei terroristischen Organisationen zu beobachten ist. Nämlich sie haben es geschafft, aus jeder Niederlage zugleich wieder ein Gesicht zu machen. Wenn es dem Staat gelang, die RAF zu schwächen, hat sie gleichzeitig immer wieder die Fähigkeit gehabt, neue Kräfte zu rekrutieren. Die dritte Generation der RAF zeichnet sich klar durchaus, dass sie eine ungewöhnliche kriminelle Energie und kriminelle Disziplin gehabt haben. Das Zweite, was auffallend ist, dass die zentralen Angriffe, die sie gestartet haben, bis zum heutigen Tag fahndungsmäßig und ermittlungsmäßig nicht auch nur annähernd aufgearbeitet worden sind.
Im Zusammenhang mit den Anschlägen, die nach 1983 passiert sind, wird gern von der dritten Generation gesprochen. Ich halte davon gar nichts. Ich glaube, dass es diese dritte Generation nicht gab. Ich war ca. 35 Jahre Beamter im Bundeskriminalamt, Polizeibeamter, Fahnder. Und ich glaube einfach nicht, dass die RAF ab 87 und wahrscheinlich auch schon früher in der Lage war, derart präzise Anschläge wie Hochwetter und eigentlich auch Herrhausen insbesondere auszuführen.
Guten Abend, meine Damen und Herren. Der Chef der Deutschen Bank, Alfred Herrhausen, ist heute von Terroristen ermordet worden.
Good morning, everybody. A bomb blast that killed the chairman of Germany's largest bank this morning has many Europeans wondering if the terrorist wave of years ago is returning.
The bomb detonated early this morning as Herrhausen was being driven from his home to Frankfurt, the nation's financial capital.
Das Attentat hat die Gesellschaft in der Bundesrepublik erschüttert, denn Alfred Herrhausen dirigierte ein Industrieimperium.
Terrible knows the red army faction may be behind the murder. Fahnder sprechen von Hightech-Terror und einer dritten Generation der RAF.
Hier sieht man auch unsere Kollegen am Einsatzort. Der Beamte hier ist von der Tatargruppe und man sieht ganz genau, mit welcher Wucht diese Bombe der Rote Armee-Fraktion gegen das gepanzerte Fahrzeug von Herrhausen gewirkt hat.
Was bei Herrhausen eingesetzt wurde, war eine selbstgebastelte Rührladung, die mit einer Lichtschranke gezündet wurde. Und die Lichtschranke musste nochmal von einem scharf geschaltet werden, der neben dem durchsaß, weil ja erst Begleitfahrzeug fuhr durch, dann wurde die scharf geschaltet und dann hat er genau die hintere rechte Tür getroffen. Ich sag mal, da gibt es in Deutschland wenige, entweder Militär oder Sprengmeister, die so ein Ding selbst herstellen können. Das war, ja, hat uns sehr zum Nachdenken gebracht, wer sowas zustande gebracht hat.
Ich war selbst da. Bei Herrhausen war ich nicht vor Ort. Ich wohne da nicht weit entfernt. Und habe diesen riesen Knall gehört. Und bin hingefahren und habe gesehen, was geschehen ist. Es war eine völlig neue Art und Weise, ein Attentat durchzuführen. Und die ganzen anderen Attentate, die vorher liefen, waren recht brachial, ranfahren, Motorrad und die Leute erschießen. Also die Art und Weise war fremd. Das Attentat Herrhausen mit einer Sprengfalle und das Attentat Rohwetter mit einem hervorragenden Gewehr für Scharfschützen. Die Art der Durchführung hatte für mich etwas Präzises, Militärisches.
Der Rohwetterfall, daran habe ich große Zweifel an der Täterschaft. Dieser Blattschuss aus 60 Metern, bei schwierigem Lichtverhältnis ins Licht wird durch eine Scheibe gebrochen. Das sind alles Bedingungen. Da brauche ich einen Profi.
Das Arbeitszimmer, in dem Carsten Rohwetter tödlich getroffen wurde. Mit Hilfe eines Laserstrahlgeräts versucht das BKA genau die Flugbahn der Geschosse zu ermitteln und damit auch den präzisen Standpunkt des Schützen.
Genau. Mit Hilfe eines Laserstrahls, der also durch den Schusskanal durch die Fenster geschickt wird, wird also festgestellt, zum einen nochmal der genaue Standort des Schützen in diesem Gartengelände. Und wir haben dann einen zweiten Teil der Rekonstruktion vor, und zwar mit dem Gewehr gleichen Typs vom Typ G1. Wir haben die Waffe gefunden, wir haben also natürlich die Patronenhülsen gefunden. Was die als Voraussetzung ist, um überhaupt bestimmen zu können, welche Waffe ist in Anwendung gekommen.
Eine mikroskopische Untersuchung der Projektile ergab, mit demselben Gewehr wurde wenige Wochen zuvor auf die amerikanische Botschaft in Bonn geschossen.
Auf die US-Botschaft in Bonn wurde nach einer Meldung unseres Bonner Studios am Abend ein Terroranschlag verübt. Das große Gebäude wurde offenbar von der gegenüberliegenden Rheinseite mit Maschinengewehren beschossen.
Über 200 Schüsse wurden abgefeuert, doch weit und breit gab es keine Zielperson, die hätte Opfer werden können.
Und das war eine bestimmte Aktion. Wir haben also über den Rhein weg auf die amerikanische Botschaft geschossen. Und wie wir gerätselt haben, haben sie, ja, das ist so stümperhaft angestellt für RAF. Und dann, ein paar Monate später, wird Roboter erschossen mit dieser Waffe. Und wir haben nichts. Wir haben nichts.
Es fällt immer wieder auf, dass nach einem präzisen Anschlag dann ein sehr dilettantischer kam. Das dient meines Erachtens nur noch dazu, die Hintergründe und die Täterschaft noch mehr zu verbessern. Wenn wir jetzt an die Generationen glauben, wie kommt es, dass von der dritten Generation überhaupt gar keiner aufgetaucht oder bekannt ist?
Wie kommt es, dass diese Generation so gut wie überhaupt keine Spuren mehr hinterlassen hat? Das heißt, keine objektiven Sachbeweise mehr vorliegen. In der Tat, das ist ein Punkt, den man anführen kann. Aber ich, der ich immer mich bemüht habe, in den Kategorien der RAF zu denken, ich bin mir eben ganz sicher, wenn die RAF sagt, wir waren es, dann waren sie es auch.
Ich habe in Vorbereitung auf unseres Gesprächs nochmal die Kommandoerklärungen gelesen, die 85, 86, 87, die Attentate, die es da gab, und die Kommandoerklärung, das war immer dasselbe. Also dieser Text, der Text zu Robert ist ganz anders als die Texte, die davor waren.
Wir alle, die für ein menschliches Leben in Würde und frei von Herrschaft kämpfen, müssen es anpacken, zur gemeinsamen Kraft zu werden. Die revolutionäre Bewegung muss eine reale und greifbare menschliche Perspektive entwickeln. Es muss die Keimform einer neuen Gesellschaft entstehen, in der die Menschen anfangen, ohne Herrschaft und selbstbestimmt zusammenzuleben. Das können wir uns mit allen vorstellen, die die Wirklichkeit im Kapitalismus als erdrückend empfinden.
Die revolutionäre Bewegung muss zum realen und spürbaren Faktor werden. Das heißt, die RAF hat den Ausweg aufzeigen wollen. Selbstverständlich ist es politisch gut durchdacht, aber nicht umsetzbar. Das können Sie noch nicht mal mit Gewalt umsetzen. Die Bevölkerung der DDR wollte etwas ganz anderes.
Was mich gestört hat damals schon, war die Vorstellung, dass alles, was aus dem Westen kam, war gut. Ja? Und überhaupt nicht in irgendeiner Weise dann kritisch oder irgendwie zu sagen, okay, das ist jetzt der Kapitalismus und der Kapitalismus ist nicht gut.
Am 14. März 1883 ist Karl Marx gestorben.
Menschen der DDR kann ich sagen, es wird niemandem schlechter gehen als zuvor. Dafür vielen besser.
Da war mir völlig klar, dass nichts in der DDR Bestand haben würde. Ja. Es kam dann, wie es kommen musste, es gab dann Baumärkte und als dann die ersten Cola-Dosen auf der Straße landeten, da war auch klar, ja, jetzt ist das hier angekommen. Das fand ich schon alles so abartig. Und dann in so einem Supermarkt, wo ich dann dachte, mein Gott, das kann ja wohl nicht wahr sein. Warum braucht jemand 50, 60 verschiedene Joghurts? Also im Konsum gab es einen mit Erdbeere und einen ohne und das reichte auch, ja.
Das System der freien Marktwirtschaft gaukelt allen eine vermeintliche Chance vor, sich im Wohlstandsland Großdeutschland einen sicheren Platz ergattern zu können und im Kaufrausch glücklich zu werden. In Wirklichkeit sollen die Menschen im Geiern nach Konsum dumm und stumpf gemacht werden. Wenn überhaupt, gibt es diesen sicheren Platz nur für diejenigen, die bedingungslos bereit sind, im harten Konkurrenzkampf sich besser zu verkaufen als andere. Für die Masse der Erniedrigten und Beleidigten bedeutet diese Entwicklung die Zerstörung ihrer Lebenszusammenhänge. Es war und ist die staatliche Politik, das Propagandagetrommel von Deutschland, einig Vaterland, die Nationalismus wieder salonfähig gemacht hat und gerade in der Ex-DDR dieses bekotzt chauvinistische Getrommel von jetzt sind wir wieder wer, endlich richtige Deutsche gepusht hat. Seit Auflösung der DDR ist der Rassismus gegen Flüchtlinge und die schon hier lebenden Ausländer ganz offen ausgebrochen. Faschistische Gruppen sind stärker geworden und fast jeden Tag laufen brutale Angriffe gegen Ausländerwohnheime.
Ich bin schwer beeindruckt. Chapeau, das ist ja eine umfassende Analyse. Auch nicht schlecht formuliert, ja. Und natürlich passt das irgendwie auch nicht zu der Aktion, also der Aufbau der revolutionären Kräfte und die werden durch den Mord an Rohrblätter ja nun irgendwie gar nicht begünstigt. Also das macht ja gar keinen Sinn. Warum Rohrblätter? Warum unter allen möglichen ideologischen Voraussetzungen, warum gerade der ja nun wirklich kein Hardliner oder sonst irgendwas war, die Frage, die kann mir jetzt niemand beantworten. Es sei denn, es ist jetzt irgendwie noch eine andere Motivation dahinter.
Straßenjubels, sonst wäre nachgeahmt hätte, wäre das ja gut gewesen. Die RAF war ja für alles gut. Die RAF wurde ja für alles benutzt, wenn irgendwelche Attentate waren. Damals war, wenn es irgendetwas in dieser Richtung gab, immer RAF. Aber man muss auch mal versuchen, sich in dieses unendliche Abenteuer des Nachdenkens zu begeben. Wem nutzt es?
typical mythical. Only on intelligence, the world of knowledge.
They're watching you. More than 5,000 satellites circle the Earth. Every day they uncover new mysterious phenomena that defy explanation. Revealed from the skies, Hitler's secret overlap.
Oh my God, look at this place. What on earth is this?
The weird new plot to bring down America.
We're actually funding the terrorists to target us.
And the mystery temple on Orgy Island.
We've only scratched the surface of the horrors that may have gone on here.
Baffling phenomena. Mysteries from space. On Earth are they? Historian Alex Ritchie is traveling across the freezing waters of the Baltic Sea, heading for the Polish coast. She's been drawn here by a weird structure revealed from space on October 19th, 2019.
This structure is strange. It's just like large cubes of concrete that have been put into the ocean. Just doesn't seem to have any purpose.
It looks almost like an oil rig, but the problem is you don't see offshore oil rigs this close to shore. It definitely looks for boating and unwelcoming, and it's been abandoned for a while.
Ritchie's journey takes her to the Gulf of Gdansk. It's only when the historian approaches the structure that its true scale becomes apparent.
Oh my God, look at this place. This is amazing.
The massive ruins rise some 80 feet out of the sea and appear on the brink of collapse.
This is just incredible. It could be a Cold War structure, but the thing about it is that it's so badly decayed.
Ritchie thinks that the building's size and composition point to another dark period in history.
If you look at the rebar construction, it's quite clear that this was most probably a Nazi structure. Now, this makes sense in many ways because this was an area that Hitler very, very much wanted to control.
The Gulf of Gdansk played a pivotal role in World War II. It was this stretch of water that witnessed the very first shots of the conflict. During the Battle of Westerplatte on September 1st, 1939.
There are no signs of gun emplacements, so it doesn't really make any sense as a defensive structure at all. So this implies that it is some sort of testing facility of some kind. Now, because it's on the water, what does one test on the water? The biggest clue of all lies in these two carefully calibrated chutes right here, which are directly under the tower. They look to me as if they might be torpedo boats.
Wartime records confirm that Hitler orders the construction of this massive torpedo testing facility in 1940. He hopes it will solve one of the greatest technological problems faced by Nazi Germany during the opening years of the conflict. To
a disaster early in the war. They either miss their mark completely, they blow up too soon, or in some cases they circle back and hit the submarine that fired them, sinking that submarine.
To secure an early victory in the conflict, Hitler desperately needs his U-boat wolf packs to destroy the American convoys heading to Britain, strangling supplies to the beleaguered nation. But a quarter of all his torpedoes fail, allowing vital supplies to get through.
The torpedo not working, like anything else, is going to infuriate Adolf Hitler. He wants efficiency, he wants mission accomplishment.
Hitler makes torpedo production his #1 priority. Inspired by the way Japanese planes devastate the American fleet at Pearl Harbor, the Führer focuses the German war machine's might on designing a revolutionary new aerial torpedo.
Perhaps the greatest fear any Allied sailor would have had during World War II was an aerial drop torpedo. So what you're seeing here was an absolutely central mission in their eyes for defeating the Allies.
These new torpedoes are one of several Wunderwaffe, or miracle weapons, Hitler develops in increasingly desperate attempts to turn the tide of war. Others include a mortar that fired shells the size of a rhinoceros, and the world's first rocket-powered fighter plane. Meanwhile, the Allies, in the never-ending game of cat and mouse, are making their own strange weapons, including the bouncing bomb. But the Nazi engineers working at the structure in the image face a monumental task. The only aerial torpedo they have to work on is of an old Italian design, which has a failure rate of over 50%.
The Italian torpedo not only fails half the time, they also are designed to be dropped from a low altitude, a steady, slow path to your target, exposing the pilot to all kinds of fire from the ship.
Now, you gotta imagine what it must be like flying an aeroplane really quite low towards a ship which is firing at you. That's just, silly stuff. Scientists at the facility test a series of devastating new torpedoes, launching them from the structure or dropping them from planes flying over the Gulf of Gdansk.
Looking at the satellite image, I can see the two towers far off across the bay. And these would have had a net put between them so that the torpedoes would have been caught when they hit the net.
But by the time the experimental Nazi torpedoes are ready for action, the Allies have all but destroyed the German Air Force, rendering them obsolete.
If you don't have aerial superiority, it doesn't matter whether this torpedo works. So therefore, these torpedoes end up becoming kind of a white elephant.
In 1945, as the Red Army sweeps through Poland, the Nazi scientists abandon the secret facility seen from space, and it crumbles to ruin.
It's an amazing structure, and in many ways is a testament to the folly and the horror of World War II.
Coming up, Afghan drug lords versus America.
In the end, terrorist groups will be the winners.
And a buried mystery on Treasure Island.
Drinks went out thinking, is this some kind of paradise?
September 10th, 2019. High above western Afghanistan, the satellite scans Farah province, searching for new threats to America and its allies.
This area of Afghanistan is continuously being monitored because it's so remote and because of lack of governance. It's a place where terrorists and other criminal activity take place.
A new structure in the hostile Bakwa district catches analysts' attention.
This is strange. There's a small compound, and near this building we have this dark spot. It's some kind of liquid pool. Whatever it is, it appears to be leaking out of the building.
Maxar's Secure Watch technology reveals dozens of other weird pools have recently sprung up across the district.
The signatures that we're seeing in these satellite images are part of a disturbing trend. The formation of these pools is something that has exploded in this part of Afghanistan.
For some reason, the mystery compounds are attracting the might of the U.S. military, which has launched over 60 airstrikes against them in recent months.
The U.S. military doesn't just bomb someplace for no reason whatsoever. Whatever these black pools are, that's some serious stuff. What's so dangerous about these that they warrant such a strong military response?
Intelligence reports indicate there are as many as 20 terrorist cells operating in these arid lands.
We know that Al-Qaeda had a lab that actually attempted to make chlorine and mustard gas in Afghanistan. All you really need is a small lab hidden away from the rest of the world to make this stuff.
So perhaps they're using these compounds to build or manufacture some type of chemical or biological weapons.
But the military's response to the compounds doesn't support the idea that they are terrorist factories making deadly chemical agents.
If this was a chemical weapons site, the military probably would have done more than just attacking it from the air.
The number of targeted compounds suggests this is a different large-scale criminal enterprise.
One thing Afghanistan is known for is heroin. So maybe this is a different kind of lab making heroin out of opium, and this pool is wastewater from that process.
Afghanistan produces 90% of the world's opium and 85% of all heroin, generating $6.6 billion in revenue a year.
Afghanistan has a near global monopoly on heroin. The Taliban controls much of the drug trade in Afghanistan and utilize that activity to basically raise money for their operations.
In February 2020, intelligence operatives conduct a mission off the coast of Sri Lanka that sheds new light on what's happening inside the mystery compounds.
The Sri Lankan government actually raided a ship they believed was carrying just Afghan heroin and found a huge quantity of a different type of illegal drug, and that's methamphetamine.
It turns out that crystal meth production is a huge problem in rural Afghanistan, and labs are sprouting up in an otherwise empty desert.
Crystal meth is a highly addictive stimulant that affects the central nervous system. The recent surge of production in Afghanistan has seen a 600% increase in seizures of the drug. The boom is the result of a huge natural advantage the Afghans have over criminals trying to produce the drug in the West.
Meth is made using a chemical precursor called ephedrine, and this is normally extracted from cold and flu tablets.
Afghan meth cookers have figured out that they can produce their own precursor chemical. They can make ephedrine from a plant.
Ephedrine grows wild in the deserts of Afghanistan, so there's this endless, cheap, and easy-to-get supply for anyone living in the area.
The Afghan species of the ephedra plant contains particularly high concentrations of ephedrine.
They grind it down, right? Dry it out, soak it in water, hence your wastewater in these runoff pools, and then filter it. Boom, you got your precursor chemical.
The signatures that we see, the slit trench, the pool of liquid, are telltale signs of a methamphetamine lab.
In just this one district, 300 meth labs have recently sprung up. In a single day in May of 2019, U.S. forces destroy 68 of them. But analysis suggests the surviving labs can produce around 70 tons of the drug each month.
It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that the meth being produced in Afghanistan can be moved towards the U.S.
Almost 1 million Americans now use crystal meth, spending almost $50 billion a year on the drug. And the explosion in production in Afghanistan could soon see yet more drug money being funneled into terrorists' pockets.
Think about the ability that gives them, right, to create more havoc and murder and mayhem out in the world as they push their terrorist agenda.
The war on terror is estimated to have cost around $6.4 trillion. Over $19,000 per U.S. citizen. The satellite images from Afghanistan revealed the true cost could soon be much higher.
So here's the trick, right? We take the product, we are the addicts, and we're actually funding the terrorists to target us.
Coming up, death in paradise.
He was literally hacked to death with machetes.
And secrets and lies on the island of sin.
This is actually an island owned by none other than Jeffrey Epstein.
May 2019. Archaeologists take to the skies above an archipelago 600 miles west of Ecuador.
This is the Galapagos Islands, considered to be among the most pristine environments on the planet.
Galapagos are famous because it was where Charles Darwin made all the amazing discoveries, where the theory of evolution was evolved.
Evolution was a deeply controversial idea in Darwin's day. But because of his landmark work here, the islands are preserved as an unspoiled virgin wilderness. However, as the team scans a forested region on San Cristobal Island, they capture a LiDAR image of something unexpected.
But this is really intriguing. It shows structures which are hidden below the dense vegetation.
There are always rectangles and squares, which is really odd because those shapes shouldn't be there.
Archaeologists wonder if the hidden structures are the legacy of people who may have visited these shores long before the arrival of Charles Darwin.
One possibility is that the Incas in the 1950s went to the Galapagos and found about 2,000 shells of pottery, including one very interesting piece of an Inca flute.
It suggests Inca activity in this area, but not enough to prove that this was an Inca settlement.
After the conquistadors annihilate the Inca, they plunder their empire for gold. And the Galapagos become a stop-off for Spanish ships laden with treasure.
Where there are Spanish treasure galleons, there are pirates.
Bloodthirsty pirates found these islands to be perfect hunting grounds. Most famous among them is Englishman Sir Francis Drake, who operates with the permission of the Queen. She wants him to drain the resources of the Spanish Empire, and he's only too happy to help. Adopting tactics so brutal, they earn him the nickname El Drake, the Dragon.
The Galapagos offer a pirate uplift. No one is ever going to find you. So straight away I'm thinking, is this some kind of pirate base?
When archaeologists just years ago. The excavations reveal the site in the image is the relic of an extraordinary economic phenomenon. The sugar boom of the 1800s. Sugar was possibly the most lucrative crop of the 19th century, and the term for sugar becomes synonymous with white gold. Between the 17th and 19th centuries, fueled by plantations in the Americas, annual sugar consumption skyrockets. In Britain alone, it jumps from the weight of 4 pounds per person to almost 100 pounds. A 22-fold increase. Whether it's for candy or just as a food additive, sugar becomes ubiquitous in the diet. During the second half of the 19th century, world coffee production also triples. In 1875, the vast riches generated by these two cash crops lead entrepreneur Manuel J. Cobos to construct the structures in the image.
It's the ultimate get-rich-quick scheme. In just a few years, San Cristobal goes from pristine wilderness to an industrial powerhouse.
Cobos transforms what today looks like an unspoiled paradise into 3,000 acres of coffee and sugarcane fields, growing rich on the 500 tons of sugar it produces each year.
We call this establishment the Hacienda de Progreso. The Progress Farm was kind of ironic, given the conditions in which people were working.
Just like the plantations in the Caribbean that inspired El Progreso, Cobos' wealth is built on a foundation of human suffering.
Cobos managed to secure a great number of prisoners from Ecuador who completed their sentence in service in his factory. He treated them very, very poorly and often meted out punishment personally.
Cobos' tyranny and brutality turned Darwin's paradise into a festering hellhole. Floggings and imprisonment for minor offenses are commonplace. Disease and death are rife.
This enormous factory complex has been described as a concentration camp-like place.
The work conditions were so desperate that his own workers rose up against him and struck him down.
Karma did its thing. They shot him 3 times with his own gun.
They threw him out of the window, but he survived the fall and crawled into a nearby ditch. But the workers then discovered him and he was literally hacked to death with machetes.
Without the tyrant holding it together, El Progreso falls into ruin and is slowly reclaimed by the jungle. The only clue to its industrial past swallowed by history, until revealed once more from the skies.
It's amazing to think that at some point this place was a thriving sugar and coffee producing machine, and now it's back to being a wilderness.
Coming up, the power of 10,000 suns.
This is full-on James Bond villain level technology. It's a proper
And the stinking river of death.
This place has been nicknamed the slow-motion Chernobyl.
March 1st, 2017. 420 miles above southwest France. The GOI-1 satellite captures this image.
It looks like a giant row of open laptops. It's really weird.
When you look at it closely, you can see it's clearly a structure that spans a huge space. The cars are tiny in comparison.
Closer analysis suggests the laptop-like features are lines of giant mirrors.
sun hits these white squares, they're highly reflective.
Studying the image, Greg Soviet thinks he recognizes the mirror's distinctive arrangement.
What we're actually looking at are heliostats, squares of thousands of mirrors that are all angled, so the energy gets focused into one tiny surface.
The mirrors combine to concentrate huge amounts of sunlight into a highly focused beam, just 31 inches in diameter.
You're taking all of the sunlight energy and you're focusing on a single spot so that it gets up to 6,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is hot enough to melt most metals.
The destructive power of this beam raises fears that the image is evidence of some kind of solar weapon.
If you were to stand there, you would be incinerated. It's not an exaggeration to say that this is full-on James Bond villain level technology. It's a proper death ray.
A solar-powered death ray sounds like pure science fiction. But there is historical evidence to suggest it might be a very real possibility. According to a 2nd century historian, in 212 BC, the inventor Archimedes used an arrangement of mirrors to repel an invading Roman fleet. And both the Vikings and Egyptians are known to have harnessed the destructive power of the sun.
Even the Nazis are rumored to have thought about focusing huge amounts of sun into a giant beam that could just vaporize whole sections of a city.
The Nazi superweapon is called the Sonnengewehr, a huge reflective metallic dish attached to an orbiting space station. Building it was beyond the limits of wartime technology. But Werner von Braun, the father of rocketry, took it so seriously that he continued to lobby the U.S. to build a similar device right up to the 1960s.
It's a bit like a giant version of a kid magnifying glass concealing infrared.
The mirrors in the image appear to be stationary, making them unsuitable for use as a weapon. But the site could nonetheless serve a military purpose.
What we're seeing here is a sort of tree-like structure with a concave building at the end. And that makes me think this is a solar furnace.
The location of the image corresponds with a facility known as Odeyo, the largest solar furnace in the world. By bouncing sunlight off an 8-story concave mirror and into a laboratory, it creates a beam of 3,200 kilowatts, equivalent to the concentrated energy of 10,000 suns.
What they're doing with this energy is they're using it to create and test some of the most high-tech materials on planet Earth. And to just pummel it with intense amounts of energy.
Exactly what happens here is secret. But we do know that the solar furnace is critical to the success of multi-billion-dollar space and military projects.
This facility is helping develop space-age materials that can withstand the temperatures and punishing heat of atmospheric re-entry.
When a rocket or missile reaches space, temperatures around it drop to as low as 455 degrees below zero. On re-entry, a nose cone can reach 12,000 degrees Fahrenheit, 2,000 degrees hotter than the surface of the sun. If the hardware cannot handle this sudden temperature change, it induces a potentially catastrophic phenomenon called thermal shock.
You have this blistering plasma ahead of you, heating up the spacecraft, and then you come into the cool atmosphere below, and you can really shock that material and cause it to buckle or break.
To prevent disaster in the skies, engineers at the solar furnace bombard the latest composites with superheated beams, testing them to destruction. space is also being used to further mankind's understanding of the cosmos.
This facility could be leading us to the next phase of human exploration of deep space by helping develop materials that allow us to go into atmospheres like that of Mars and survive to tell the tale.
Coming up, Jeffrey Epstein's Mystery Island lab.
What took place on that island has remained secret for a very long time.
An attack of the killer foam.
Touching this foam can burn humans, and it can strip the paint off of cars.
April 4th, 2017. An Earth imaging satellite scans a landmass in the U.S. Virgin Islands.
It's a beautiful island in the Caribbean with beaches and blue waters. There is one building on this island that's sort of strange, though.
It's got this gold domed roof. And then on the kind of ground in front of it is a kind of what looks like mosaics. I mean, there's no other word for it. It looks like a temple.
The mosaics are in a distinct and intriguing pattern, and there appear to be statues on the roof.
They were purposefully done. Whoever had this built intentionally put those symbols on the building.
The structure is strange enough, but what's weirder is who built it.
This is actually an island owned by none other than Jeffrey Epstein.
Notorious financier and convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein purchases the 70-acre Little St. James Island for $8 million in 1988. He hires a staff of 70 and uses the lavish villa on its northern tip to host a series of now notorious private parties.
Little St. James has some pretty terrible nicknames. Island of Sin, Orgy Island. Given what we know about Jeffrey Epstein, you have to be suspicious about this island, and in particular, even more suspicious about this isolated building on the island.
In 2019, Epstein is arrested for trafficking and sexual assault of minors. He dies in prison awaiting trial. Since then, the island has been a no-go zone, patrolled by armed guards. The aerial images offer a rare insight into the mind of one of the 21st century's most infamous people.
What took place on that island has remained secret for a very long time. This temple-like structure, it could be at the heart of the whole Epstein mystery.
Historian Guy Walters recognizes some features of the strange structure's design. Features which provide disturbing clues to why Epstein built it.
We are looking here at something incredibly similar to something from the Middle East. It's a kind of cube, right? It's a rigidly square, rectangular structure. It's got a curved dome. This is really reminiscent of bathhouses that were built by the Mamluks.
The Mamluks were a fearsome caste of warriors who ruled Egypt and Syria for centuries. Their name translates as slave soldiers.
What's really chilling when you consider this building in relation to the Mamluks themselves, I mean, they would kidnap young boys and force them to become warriors, but they would also kidnap young girls and force them into sexual slavery.
Unlike the Mamluks, there is no evidence that the structure in the image was used as a kind of bathhouse. But Walters has uncovered accounts that provide other clues to what went on inside.
There's testimony about soundproofing. So, I mean, there's an explanation could be it's a recording studio. But I don't think Jeffrey Epstein
some sort of underground room where other things can go on.
The allegations of sexual abuse against Epstein are now a matter of public record. But none of his accusers have spoken about what may or may not have happened inside his cliff-top temple.
You don't want to let your imagination get the better of you, because otherwise it's going to take you to a very dark place indeed. All we do know is that Epstein certainly lived in those very dark places.
We've only scratched the surface of the type of horrors that may have gone on here.
Coming up, White Death.
The river is thought to have caused more than 600 fatalities over the last decade.
March 27th, 2020. Orbiting the Earth at a speed of 16,800 miles per hour. The WorldView 2 satellite scans a riverside town in the central Mexican state of Jalisco.
Looking a little closer, there's definitely something not right about this river.
What's weird about it is that the river is white.
White patches stretch along several miles of the Rio Santiago.
Normally, when you see white water, you think rapids. But this is not a mountainous area. There's no rapids here, so for some reason, the water here is being discolored. Why?
Reports from those living near the Weird White River provide a disturbing clue.
They talk about massive fish die-off with thousands of them just lying in the water, and they say the stench at times is completely unbearable.
The death and stench correspond to the appearance of the white foamy substance visible from space.
Local news reports actually say that touching this foam can burn humans, and it can literally strip the paint off of cars.
Dozens of rivers span the border between Mexico and the United States. One, the New River, has cost both governments almost $100 million to clean up. And still the pollution flows into America. Samples here provide clues to what has turned this stretch of the Rio Santiago into a foaming, toxic river of death.
There are more than 1,000 different chemicals and heavy metals being dumped into this river every year. It includes phosphorus, lead, mercury, and even cyanide.
The effects of this horrifying cocktail of chemicals stretch well beyond the Santiago's riverbanks.
The river is thought to have caused more than 600 fatalities over the last decade.
The people living along the river are forced to live with cancer rates that are 9 times the Mexican average. This place has been nicknamed the slow-motion Chernobyl.
Just a generation ago, the Rio Santiago was teeming with life, a tourist hotspot known as the Mexican Niagara. But it is now one of the world's most polluted rivers.
This area has seen somewhat of an industrial boom. And there are all kinds of multinational corporations that have set up shop along the banks of this river with their processing plants and factories.
As the water moves downstream, it flows past more than 300 large industries, which have sprung up on the riverbanks over the past 5 decades.
Paper mills, pharmaceutical companies, industries, all of these can dump ridiculous amounts of waste. Where does it go? Straight into the river.
On the days when the foam really builds up and starts to creep and grow out of the river, parents actually keep their children locked up inside the houses. It's that dangerous.
Lax official regulations mean there's no limit to how many local industries can pump waste into the Rio Santiago.
absorbed the pollution for years, but now it's starting to catch up.
Around 40% of local children regularly suffer from respiratory illnesses or throat infections. And the future for others living near the slow-motion Chernobyl looks no less bleak.
The mercury and the arsenic in this water is polluting entire food chains, and those effects will be for generations to come.
It is shockingly sad that you can see pollution from space.
Imagine a place where every documentary takes you deeper, revealing the world's most captivating secrets. On January 1st, Cinema Judoku transforms into Intelligence, the ultimate destination for documentaries. Dive into gripping stories of history, science, nature, and beyond. Here, knowledge meets curiosity. January 1st, discover intelligence. Imagine a place where every documentary takes you deeper, revealing the world's most captivating secrets. On January 1st, Cinema Judoku transforms into Intelligence, the ultimate destination for documentaries. Dive into gripping stories of history, science, nature, and beyond. Here, knowledge meets curiosity. January 1st, discover intelligence.
Dive into the lives that shaped history. With biography insights, only on Intelligence, the world of knowledge.
I teach African and African American studies at Harvard. To anyone who even glances at my face, I'm obviously a black man, and I've proudly identified as such my entire life. But several years ago, when I took a DNA test, I discovered that my genes told a much more complicated story. Slightly more than half of my ancestors over the last 500 years weren't black at all. They came from Europe. That startling bit of information is one of the reasons that I started making this program, traveling the country to interview people about their own roots. I'm always fascinated to learn how each guest describes his or her own identity. In fact, it's the very first question I ask them.
I'm proud to be an Indian.
I am Chinese American.
I'm black woman. I like being black.
I'm British and I'm proud to be British.
I'm as Greek as it gets. Jessica Alba is the star of blockbusters like The Fantastic Four and the Sin City series. Her off-screen identity, however, is much more complex. She's always believed that her father's roots led back to Spain through Mexico, and her mother's roots somewhere in Europe. And when I asked her, who are your people? Her answer was simple.
I for sure identify more with Mexican American.
Though Jessica views herself first and foremost as a Mexican American, our DNA analysis shows that her ancestry is actually far more diverse than she could ever imagine. You are, as you can see there, 33.5% British, 5.1% French-German, 3.9% Scandinavian, 17.3% Iberian, that's the Spanish colonial element,
Oh, wow.
and 1.4% Italian. And when you walked in here, you knew that your family said that you were French, of French descent.
My mom did, but I thought she was just trying to be fancy.
You have one of the most diverse ancestral breakdowns that we've ever seen in this series. In Jessica's case, family history trumped genetics. Jessica and her father, Mark Alba, showed me photos of the tightly knit Mexican immigrant community in Claremont, California, where she was raised. Tell me about this.
Oh my God. My dad actually was a very good singer. My dad ended up being a classical guitarist. That's what
Jessica's powerful connection to her Mexican roots was forged here, surrounded by her father's family.
She told me that one family story in particular cemented this bond. It starts with her great-grandfather, a man named Daniel Martinez. Daniel was born in Mexico and moved to Los Angeles, where he managed to save enough money to open his own meat market. But in the 1920s, Daniel lost his business. The family was forced to work as migrant farmers, entering a world in which their ethnic identity was used to vilify them.
My grandfather said that there were water fountains and bathrooms and, you know, basically anything that was open to the public was segregated. There were Mexican schools and schools for white kids, and my grandmother, half of her siblings were fair-skinned and had light eyes, and light hair, blonde hair, and red hair, so they got to go to the white schools. And then the darker-skinned siblings had to go to the Mexican schools.
Jessica has heard painful stories all her life about the prejudice her family experienced. But she had no idea how determined her great-grandfather Daniel was to fight back. He didn't want his darker-skinned children to start life at a disadvantage. So Daniel banded together with other Mexican-American families to open a school of their own.
It's a school in Claremont, a Mexican school in Claremont.
Yes, that's right. You ever heard of this school?
No.
Well, your family played a key role in the creation of that school.
Really?
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Around 1927, your great-grandfather, Daniel, and some other Arbo Verde community members founded the East Barrio School.
Oh, I didn't know that.
They practiced reading and writing Spanish, and they even studied Mexican history.
Oh, wow. So they didn't lose touch with their roots.
Do you think that your great-grandfather founding the El Barrio School was a way of fighting back against the back-of-the-bus treatment that he was receiving?
Absolutely, yeah. And I think also wanting to still, you know, instill pride in the children about who they are and where they came from, and not feel shame, which is, you know, what you feel, I'm sure, when you're treated that way.
My next guest, Massachusetts Governor Deval Patrick, has also been profoundly shaped by his ancestors' racial identity. He defied the status quo of Massachusetts politics when he became the state's first African-American governor.
I never really doubted that people were ready for a black governor, but the pundits doubted it, and the pollsters doubted it, and they doubted me, of course. So I felt like a lot of things were affirmed.
For Deval, this historic election was the culmination of a life spent learning how to succeed as an ambitious and talented black man in a predominantly white world. Deval Lardine Patrick was born on July 31st, 1956, on Chicago's South Side. His mother Emily was a homemaker, and his father Pat was a saxophonist who used music to embrace his African roots. Pat Patrick was a master of free jazz. He performed with some of the most accomplished jazz musicians of the day, from Thelonious Monk to Sun Ra.
They were way out on the edge in terms of what they were trying to do with that music at the time. He saw his art both in musical terms and in cultural terms. He was a black nationalist early, very militant.
But to Deval, Pat's roots remain shrouded in mystery. His father almost a stranger. And that's because Pat Patrick walked out on the family when Deval was just 4 years old.
I remember the fight the day they split. And I remember my father stalking out and chasing him down the street while he was walking away and asking where he was going. I was 4. And I remember in his anger, he kept telling me to go home, and I kept coming, and in his anger, he turned around and hit me. And I fell, and I remember the burning of my palms on the concrete, and and I remember looking up and watching him walk away from that position, and that I will never forget.
Oh, it's horrible.
I mean, I miss my dad. I miss having a dad. I missed what I thought having a dad was like. My mother was worried about raising a black teenage boy on the south side of Chicago in that time.
Mm-hmm.
It was an increasingly dangerous time, a more violent time. The gangs were organizing and starting to pay attention to younger kids and recruiting.
But Duvall was recruited by a different group. In middle school, he earned a scholarship to attend one of America's most prestigious private schools, Milton Academy in Massachusetts.
Well, it was like landing on a different planet. That's what it was. I mean, you can see from the picture in the Milton Bulletin, I hadn't quite figured it out. I mean, the whole language of the place was foreign to me.
Duvall soon figured out how to thrive in the elite circles of Milton, but he also had to figure out what an education in an elite white prep school meant for his black identity.
By then, my father and I, we had reconnected. He was in New York, deeply disapproving of my going to Milton Academy.
Why did your father disapprove?
Well, I think he felt, he said that it was going to, turn me white. Mm-hmm. It was going to make me lose touch with my heritage and ultimately break my heart. It's a very interesting experience, and at the time, one where there was a real risk of having your heart broken, mm-hmm. because you were straddling these two worlds, mm-hmm. And sometimes the price of admission to one mm-hmm. was denying the other, if you know what I mean.
Oh, absolutely.
Negotiating the politics of identity is not as simple as black or white. For every guest in the series, DNA analysis reveals the patchwork of ancestral regions they carry within their genomes. And learning the complexity of their genetic makeup almost always takes my guests by surprise.
You got some brother in there, man. 3.7% is a lot. That's unbelievable. That's unbelievable.
So what is this Asian? That was a shock.
Huh. Asian. Oh, I am a little Asian.
Yes, 6% Asian. I mean, that's incredible. I don't think we've ever had a white person with 6% Asian.
Really?
Oh, wow. Middle Eastern.
10.8% Northern European, 0.1% Iberian.
Mm-hmm. The fact that I have strong connections on some level to Asians and Native Americans is a great thing to think about.
Thank God for that little bit of yellow and that little bit of turquoise and gold color, because just for the DNA alone, you need diversity. We know that. We know that. And if only the world would learn that.
So if DNA reveals that our ancestry is so mixed, why do people feel so strongly about embracing just one identity? Why does American society insist on labeling its citizens as belonging to a single race? I went to visit the pioneering geneticist, Dr. David Altshuler. He's one of the scientists responsible for the 1,000 Genomes Project, the landmark study of genetic variation around the world.
Why do you think race matters so much to people?
I do believe that human beings are intrinsically kind of tribal. Mm-hmm. I think that's probably constructed in some way in our evolutionary past, is that we did better if we banded together than if we were on our own. It's this deep underlying desire to be part of a group. And for some people, that focus is race.
How does the work that you've done inform how you think about the debate about the nature of race?
Race is a social, historical concept. Grew out of the 19th century, had to do with social hierarchies, had to do with explanations for why some people had a very different experience than others and could impose that on others.
It turns out that what we call race today is actually a relatively new concept. David explained that it wasn't until the 1800s that scientists began to use skin color and other traits to classify human beings into the so-called three great races: Caucasians, Negroids, and Mongoloids.
Employing the limited scientific methods of the day, they ranked people in a strict racial hierarchy, and they began defining race as an immutable and all-determining trait, something you're born with that will never change. So what does the latest DNA science have to say about this conception of race? In my case, learning about the diversity of my genetic makeup sent me on a quest to find out the source of my European genes. Despite the fact that over half of my ancestors over the last half millennium were white, I've never been able to identify any one of them by name. That's why I'm in California, to meet with C.C. Moore, a genetic genealogist, a new field in ancestry tracing.
So I've been looking at your DNA results.
Okay.
You've been tested at all 3 of the companies that offer autosomal DNA testing for genealogical purposes. And in those databases, there's at least 1.1 million people. So there's a lot of opportunity to find things. So what I did is I went through the list of people who share DNA with you. And that implies that you have a common ancestor somewhere in your family trees.
But they
Could
can be anywhere. Anywhere on
That's
this
exactly
tree.
right. Anywhere in their tree and anywhere in yours. So what I look for are commonalities.
Cece noticed that one family kept popping up in my list of genetic cousins. A family called the Males.
And I started looking at your DNA matches who had male occurring in their family trees. This is Beverly White. She's one of your top matches. So she shares more DNA with you than almost anyone else on your list. So in her case, we were able to trace this particular line back to Wilmore Male. And he was born in 1755. This is another of your top DNA matches. His name is Keith Johnson, and his direct paternal line is actually a male line. And it goes back to, again, Wilmore Male, born 1755.
Wow.
Well, these are just 2 of many. Lots of your DNA matches have family trees that include Wilmore Male. So that tells me he's very likely one of your ancestors as well.
And he was a white man.
He sure was.
Our DNA can only be inherited from our ancestors. So this white man, Wilmore Male, has to be a direct ancestor on one of the lines of my family tree. This is the first time that I've been able to identify any of my white ancestors by name. But as we've discovered in this series, being descended from a white ancestor is not that uncommon among African Americans. Your great-granddaddy was a white man.
I knew he was somewhere in there. He was in there somewhere, so, you know, it's what it is, you know.
What do you think the relationship between your 3rd great-grandparents was? The slave owner and his slave chair. It's not consensual, I would guess. John Harrison, white man, is your 3rd great-grandfather.
Yeah.
How does it make you feel?
It's strange, you know, you feel half and half because I'm sure she was raped. It wasn't like she willingly had sex with them and, you know, had these children.
You share DNA with these people. You are, in fact, related to the family that owned your great-great-great-grandfather.
It makes me sick to think of men raping women. And a slave has no rights. So there's no other way to describe it.
It was so common for white men to impregnate black slaves that today, the average African American is actually about a quarter European. I wanted to see what DNA would tell us about the color of Deval Patrick's genetic roots. Can you read your percentages there?
Look at that. 58.9% Sub-Saharan African, 38.9% European.
It turns out that Deval, who had to learn to navigate his way through the white establishment, descends from a group of ancestors more than 1/3 of whom were white people. Could DNA help us learn about these ancestors on the other side of the color line? We ran a test that looked at Deval's Y DNA. This chromosome is handed down virtually unchanged from father to son, going back thousands of years. So let's see what we found. Could you please turn the page? This is where they came from in Africa, brother.
Come on. Ireland and England? Belgium and the Netherlands? Come on.
All of your
You're holding out on me here.
All of your Y DNA matches trace back to Europe.
Wow.
This means that your original Patrick ancestor was a white man. It turns out that this is just one of Duvall's family lines that lead back to Europe. As we look closer at his family tree, we found another story that shows that race relations were sometimes more complicated than we might expect. That story starts with Duvall's great-great-great-grandmother on his mother's side, a black woman named Emily Wintersmith, who was born into slavery but lived to see freedom. We discovered a land deed from 1868, just 3 years following the Civil War. It shows that Emily's former owner, a man named Dr. Harvey Slaughter, sold her a small farm for almost no money.
It says, I have this day bargained and sold, and by these presents convey by general warranty to Horace Wintersmith and his mother, Emily Wintersmith, persons of color, a certain piece or parcel of ground within the present town boundary of Elizabethtown. Wow.
The land described in this deed would give Emily and Horace both security and autonomy. So why would Dr. Harvey Slaughter do something like this for your ancestors?
Did he sell his other slaves' land? Was there a family connection here?
Well, that's what we wondered. I asked Cece if we could use DNA to help solve this mystery.
We asked Duvall to take what's called an autosomal DNA test. So we're using autosomal DNA, which you inherit from all of your great-grandparents and their ancestors. And there's about 1.1 million people in the databases who've already taken this type of test. Once we got his results back, we compared his results against all of those other people's results.
And what did we find?
Well, we received a list of people who shared a significant amount of DNA with Duvall. And I looked through their family trees, and one of the top matches that he had was to a woman who's descended from Captain George Gray. Well, Captain George Gray is the brother of Margaret Gray, who is Harvey Slaughter's mother.
Oh my God, right
So,
there.
yeah.
So Emily's master was the father of her children.
Yes, I would certainly say so.
So this is very convincing evidence that Duvall Patrick, you descend from Dr. Harvey Slaughter.
Gracious.
You descend from the slave owner of Emily, your third great-grandmother.
There's a story there.
And you know that there are all these stories of what the master did, but in your case, we know.
Well, it makes me feel, it takes my breath away. It also, you know, it's not entirely consistent with the cruelty part that, was it Dr. Slaughter?
Yeah, Dr. Slaughter.
Would then convey land
Yeah.
to my great-great-grandmother.
Yeah.
And his son.
Yes.
For life.
Yeah, it defies what we were taught in school, or the
Right.
stereotypes of this relationship.
Right.
So it sounds like they had an enormously complicated relationship.
Yes, that's humans do.
Yeah.
It's amazing. You know, we have spent so much of our history trying to harden what turns out to be quite blurred lines among and between people. Probably the sooner we acknowledge how blurred they are and how common our humanity is, the better off we will be.
So how should we think about our identities when stories like this show that our ancestry is far more varied than most of us could ever imagine? I went back to Harvard geneticist and physician, Dr. David Altshuler, to see what his work could tell us about how our genetic heritage blurs our understanding of the American color line. How much genetic overlap is there between what we call the different races?
Genetic studies have now made it possible to go in and actually sequence every letter of the DNA of lots of people. You take any two people's genomes, one from me and one from you, and compare them. They're 99.9% identical. So 99.9% of the letters are the same. And then of the 1 in 1,000 or so that differ, 90% or more are shared all over the world. There's actually something magnificent about the idea of having thousands and millions of ancestors such a short time ago and that you have thousands and millions, and everyone else has thousands and millions, and many of them were the same people. It's almost like a web.
That's amazing.
It's amazing when you look at data on populations and you find the connections between people who think they're unrelated. You realize that we really are all a family.
In my own case, DNA testing had revealed that one branch of my family tree leads to a white man named Wilmore Mayo. But who was he? And what was his relationship to my black female ancestor? Did he love her? Did he own her? Or did he exploit her? I tracked down a descendant of Wilmore Mayo. Her name is Alexandra Finley. Now, we might not look like it, but our DNA says that she and I are cousins. Alexandra has become so fascinated by our shared ancestor, Wilmore Mayo, that she's taken on the role of family historian.
Wilmore was born in 1755 in England. Here's a record of his baptism.
St. James the Apostle Church, Dover, Kent, England. That's what I'm talking about. Wilmore Mayo, son of William and Mary.
And then sometime in the 1760s, Wilmore and his parents migrated to the colonies. And that's
This baptismal record from an English church in 1755 leaves no doubt that Wilmore was white. Alexandra scoured the paper trail for clues about Wilmore's life in the New World. Alexandra found out that Wilmore migrated to Virginia, worked as a farmer, and then bought a slave named Nancy. Then Alexandra made a most remarkable discovery. Record of Emancipation, May 6, 1826. Be it known to all, to whom it may concern, that I, Wilmore Mayo, of the County of Hampshire and Commonwealth of Virginia, do by these presents liberate, emancipate, and forever set free my Negro woman Nancy, on the condition that she remain with me during my natural life in the quality of my wife. It's amazing. I'd never seen a document like this. It was illegal in Virginia for a white man to marry a black woman. But that's exactly what Wilmore Mayo so publicly was announcing that he and Nancy intended to do. Alexandra searched for any records that could explain what life was like for this mixed-race couple, Wilmore and Nancy, in slave-era Virginia with its strict racial hierarchy. She discovered a clue buried in the 1840 census entry for Wilmore Mayo. He's listed as colored.
Yes, and that's a very interesting thing. After he began this relationship with Nancy, his racial status actually changed. And due to his relationship with her, he starts being listed as free colored as well.
So they make the brother black. Alexandra found out that Wilmore was moved back and forth across the color line by government officials, appearing in documents sometimes as a white man, sometimes listed as a black man, and sometimes as a mulatto. To maintain the status quo, Wilmore's race was in the eye of the beholder. DNA analysis had already revealed that Jessica Alba's genome was a patchwork of geographic ancestry. But she knows almost nothing about her deep Mexican roots.
The Mexican-American side of my family, there's so many different races that come together, even to make that up. You know, are some native? Are some from Spain or Germany? I don't know.
Today, almost 2/3 of all Mexicans identify as mestizo or mixed. It's a genetic legacy of the country's colonial history. When the Spanish invaded Mexico in the 1500s, they fathered children with Native Americans and with their African slaves. Jessica told me that she had always heard that her paternal line, the Alba line, led to a Spanish man who fathered a child with a Native American woman. To see if that was true, we ran a Y-DNA analysis on her father, Mark Alba. All the Albas did not come from Europe.
They're native.
They're Native Americans.
Oh.
fantastic.
That means that your direct paternal ancestors have been in the New World for centuries. They did not come from the conquistadors. You, on your father's line, are definitely descended from Native Americans.
My grandfather looks native.
Yeah, well, for good reason. It seems like almost every guest in our series has heard a rumor about a Native American ancestor on their own family tree.
Okay, we keep hearing we have Seminole Indian.
Seminole Indian.
In our blood. And my mother has always thought she is, so it's very interesting. That's kind of been very important to my mother's identity, I think.
I hope I have some Native American, though. Everybody does. I remember some family story that we were part Choctaw.
Really?
Yeah. I'm very Choctaw, yeah. Distinctive Choctaw nose. I think my grandmother on my father's side had some Indian in her. High cheekbones and, just very poised. And I look at one of my half-sisters, the complexion of her skin definitely had some black and Indian. I think that there had to be a connection there.
Indeed, you look at my grandmother and a lot of our family. It was a strong Native American just look.
High cheekbones, straight black hair, that kind of thing. But the DNA results often tell another story. Basically, you have no Native American ancestors. Zero. Native American ancestors.
Wow. Can't get any tribal benefits. 100%? That is boring. Oh, no.
Zero.
That sucks.
But once in a while, these rumors turn out to be true.
1.3% East Asian Native Americans.
Native American.
That's amazing.
So where do these Native American ancestors come from? When we look at your fascinating 21st chromosome, which is where you have that Native American DNA,
Chile.
we see that you have a very strong match with a person who has all 4 grandparents from Chile.
Wow. Some part Chilean.
Yeah. Yes. In the case of Valerie Jarrett, we had traced her mother's side back to her 7th great grandmother, a woman named Enrica Colon. We found Enrica's baptismal record, and it contained a crucial clue about Enrica's mother's race.
November 27th, 1698. Enrica, 1 month old. Father, Jean La Violette Cohen. Mother, Catherine
Iquipaquenue.
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 Iquipaquenue. What's that sound like?
Native American.
Valerie, the Kaskaskia were one of the Algonquin-speaking Native American tribes of the Illinois River Basin.
Well, we always thought we had some Native American.
Well, you and every other Negro I know claim to have Native American ancestry.
Well, we really do.
But you really do. You're the only Negro who really got a Native American presence.
Good and mixed, aren't I?
For Jessica Alba, I wanted to see what more we could learn about our Native American ancestors. Where did they come from? Until recently, this used to be almost impossible to answer. But at Stanford University, Dr. Carlos Bustamante is using DNA to reclaim these lost Native American roots. How does the state of genetic research into Native Americans compare with the state of research among other population groups?
Well, I would say it's incredibly underrepresented. Most of what we know about the genetic base of complex traits comes from studying populations of European descent. We've developed so much in terms of the resources for Europeans that we can pinpoint with high accuracy, particularly for individuals that have ancestry from a given country.
Dr. Bustamante and his team set out to level the DNA playing field. They compiled the largest Mexican genetic database ever assembled.
We studied people from 20 different indigenous groups in Mexico. 20. We built a very detailed map of Native American ancestry in Mexico, and what we found is that the Native Mexican groups could be distinguished genetically very clearly. We can clearly cluster the Seri from the Tarahumara, from the Zapotec, from different Mayan groups.
So what can I tell Jessica Alba about where her paternal ancestors derived in Mexico?
So when we look at Mr. Alba's DNA, what we found is that about 50% of his genome is of Native American ancestry. And we can further now break that down. So here are northern native Mexicans. Here are individuals from the Mayan Peninsula.
So he's a bit of a smorgasbord of native.
Well, it's consistent with somebody whose ancestry comes from many generations of Mexican ancestry. So he is descendant from a long line of Mexican ancestry that may date back to the initial foundings of Mexico.
That's exciting.
2% Seri, 12% northern Mexico, and 25.5% southern Mexico.
And this percentage includes Mayan ancestry. Dr. Bustamante discovered that your father is 3.7% Mayan.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's cool.
Cool, and we've never seen this before.
That's amazing.
These results made us curious. What other genetic ancestries might be buried in Jessica's mestizo roots? We looked closer at her DNA and discovered a secret heritage that Jessica had never heard about. We noticed something else really interesting. Her father also has a small amount of Jewish ancestry, 0.7%. His Italian DNA is 0.6%, and Middle Eastern North African DNA, 0.8%. The result, like yours and your father's, suggests a history of hidden Sephardic Jewish ancestry. You ever think you had Jewish ancestry?
No, that's really cool.
I wanted to see if we could figure out how this Jewish ancestor ended up in Jessica's family tree. Cece noticed something significant about Jessica's father's mitochondrial DNA. This is the genetic fingerprint that each of us inherits from our mother, who inherited it from her mother in an unbroken process. Jessica's father's mother's line leads back to Jessica's fourth great-grandmother, a woman named Carmen Carrillo, who was born in Mexico in 1820. And we found other people in the DNA database who also match Carmen's mitochondrial signature.
All of these people who have this subclade from Spain, Italy, Germany, Poland, and Ukraine all said they had Sephardic Jewish ancestry on their maternal line.
Wow, so
yeah,
that's pretty convincing evidence.
we were able to confirm that those hints of Sephardic Jewish ancestry were real. So that means that Carmen Carrillo was either of Sephardic Jewish ancestry or her maternal line was.
Carmen's family was part of a fascinating history. In late 15th century Spain, Jewish people were given a terrible choice: convert to Roman Catholicism, face execution, or leave the country. Even some who converted fled to colonial Mexico, where they found refuge on the frontier of the Spanish Empire and practiced their true faith in secret, earning them the name crypto-Jews. Jessica's ancestors were among those who fled. DNA tells us so. Jessica's genome also reveals how she's related to other Jewish people. We always look at all the guests in this series to see who your cousin is, if you have any genetic cousins. And you do have one.
Who?
Turn the page. That is your genetic cousin.
Really?
You are related to Alan Dershowitz, one of the most brilliant lawyers in the whole world.
Wow.
Bet you never guessed that.
No.
This is your cousin.
Wow, I'm a great fan of hers. Is she Jewish?
Well, she wasn't before. She is now. Shared genetic mutations among Eastern European Jewish people reflect their unique history. Their ancestors, first in the Middle East and then in Europe, were isolated from outside groups and had a strong tradition of marrying within their religion. These high intermarriage rates led to unique genetic patterns. I want you to turn the page and you can meet your cousin.
I'm terrified. Oh my God. Carol King.
Carol King.
Ah, well that makes me happy.
Oh my God, seriously?
You and Tony Fisher are cousins.
You're killing me.
You have significant Jewish ancestry.
So basically, I'm a Jewish girl in a black body.
2% European Jewish or Ashkenazi Jewish.
Huh, well, that's interesting.
Isn't that wild?
How much percent do you have to tell people you're Jewish?
Theoretically,
You're a Jew if your mother is Jewish. In practice, here's the way it works. If your mother is Jewish and you've done something terrible, they say, oh, he's only half. If your father is Jewish and you've done something great, they say, oh, he's half Jewish.
In the case of Deval Patrick, despite the fact that he's clearly an African American, the only genetic lines we've been able to trace across the Atlantic all led straight to Europe. So we turn to his direct maternal line, which for the overwhelming majority of all African Americans leads straight back to Africa. Deval's maternal grandmother was a light-skinned woman named Sally Mae Embers. She was born in 1902 and grew up in Jim Crow, Kentucky.
They would often go to a diner or something like that, and she would go in first and order the food. And once it was placed, she'd beckon the rest of the family in, and at this one place, when the family came in and sat down, the food was on the table, the owner came up and said, I'm sorry, you can't eat here, you'll have to eat in the kitchen. Her response was, we don't eat in the kitchen in our own home. And they got up and left the food on the table and walked out.
Oh, man, that's great.
Yeah, she was tough.
We'd already found that Deval's father's genetic line led to the British Isles. So we analyzed Deval's mitochondrial DNA, which he inherited from Sally Mae, to see if this line does in fact lead back to Africa. Does that look like Darfur to you?
No, it doesn't. I see Ireland, I see the UK, I see Norway.
What you are looking at is your direct maternal line genetically, and it's not African at all. It's European.
Wow.
Is this surprising?
Of course. Of course. My grandmother, I think, thought of herself as a black woman. She sang like a black woman in church. She talked about white people in her own line, but not in this way.
Yeah.
We know what we think we know based on what we were told. And
she might not even have known.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
That means that the second black person ever elected as governor in this country has direct maternal and paternal lines that lead directly to Europe and not to Africa. In addition, Deval's admixture reveals that over a third of his ancestors were also European. It used to be almost impossible to learn anything about that 2/3 of his genetic lines that lead to Africa. But now a new test can measure the percentages of genetic ancestors who come from different parts of sub-Saharan Africa. The largest amount of your African ancestry comes from Nigeria, 15%.
This is awesome.
The largest amount is from...
The Ivory Coast and Ghana. That's fine, those are very pretty people.
Southeastern Bantu, 8%, Benin, Togo, 5%, Ivory Coast, Ghana, 4%.
8% the Cameroon, the Congo, 6% Ivory Coast to Ghana.
15% Benin. Oh, great artistry. They have great art.
36% of your African admixture comes from Nigeria.
Yes, I knew it.
And then the Congo, 9%, and Angola, 8%.
Okay, so I am African American. Aren't I?
So now you can name the actual places for the first time. Someone says, where are you from in Africa?
I know. It blows your mind. It really does. It really does.
I wanted to see if this DNA analysis could finally help Deval Patrick discover where his roots lead in Africa. Let's see, the largest amount, as you can see, is from Nigeria, 30%, and then Southeastern Bantu is Angola, Congo, Angola, at 11%, the Ivory Coast and Ghana, 10%, Senegal, 3%, Benin and Togo, 3%.
Well, it's amazing you can peel it quite this way.
Isn't that astonishing?
It's incredible. Thank God you got to the African continent. I thought we were going to be stuck in Europe.
DNA analysis finally allowed us to trace Deval Patrick's roots back across the Atlantic to Africa. My search for my own roots has taken me back home to West Virginia. It was in these beautiful rolling hills that my ancestor Wilmore Mayo freed his slave Nancy, raised their 6 children, and then was moved back and forth across the color line, appearing in documents sometimes as a white man, sometimes as a black man, and sometimes as a mulatto. I went back to Alexander Finley, my new cousin and the family historian, to see how Wilmore and Nancy, and of course their mixed children, navigated their way through the racial hierarchy of the slaveholding South.
So it turns out that Wilmer Male and Nancy were not the only mixed-race families on the Virginia frontier. So these families start intermarrying. And, you can see a lot of lines crossing on these family trees. And eventually, the descendants of Wilmer Male and some of these other families start settling around Philippi in an area called Chestnut Ridge. And over the 19th century, the community starts to become more isolated.
And these are all mixed race people.
Yes.
Yeah.
So here's a map pointing to Philippi and Chestnut Ridge.
This is Philippi, West Virginia, about 80 miles from Piedmont, where I grew up. So close, yet so very far away. I had never heard of Chestnut Ridge before. Today, you can still find traces of its original community. The Male Family Cemetery, where my ancestors are buried. The church and school, where they prayed and studied. I met up with Rhonda Tabler. She's another male descendant, which means that she too is my cousin. I had no idea that there was a community of mixed race people, mulattoes, really.
It's been here.
Yeah, and it's been here hundreds of years. And all descended from this white man and his black wife. Why do you think our ancestors moved here? I mean, this is isolated now, let alone 100, 200 years ago.
I believe our family actually segregated themselves.
Yeah.
I mean,
Interesting.
white people didn't live on the ridge.
So they found safety, protection by being isolated. These are all mixed race families.
Yes.
This was like mulatto heaven.
Yes. That's true.
Yeah. Chestnut Ridge isn't the type of place you read about in most history books. It was a refuge, built by my ancestors so they could avoid the degradation of bondage in Jim Crow, in a community of their own, where everyone was both black and white, and neither. Chestnut Ridge was so important to the Male family that even though many descendants have moved away, every year they come from as far away as California for a reunion they call Heritage Day.
These are my descendants through Wilmore Male. So he was my 6th great-grandfather through my dad's line.
This would be my great-grandmother, Martha Jane Dooley Male. She's a granddaughter of Wilmer and Priscilla.
This is
The only reason I've been able to connect with this remarkable branch of my family tree is because of clues buried deep in my genome. Clues that are proving that America's color line has always been much blurrier than any of us ever imagined. But I want you to know how much it means to me, personally. First of all, to meet new family members. And I think that our family just shows the great unity and diversity of the human community. The inextricable interconnections of people black and white and Native American in America from the beginning. And we are the descendants of people who made those choices, and in the case of William Males, who had the courage of his conviction. So, all I can say is, wherever you are, William Males, you're a bad dude, man, and I hope Nancy is with you, and thank you for bringing us together. So thank you all. Thank you, Bill. Being here with my new extended family has brought me one step closer to some of my white ancestors. Though I still don't know exactly how Wilmore Male fits into my family tree, he's extended its branches beyond my wildest imaginings. And with each discovery of our DNA cousins, I continue to be amazed by just how connected all members of the human family truly are.
I've always been an egalitarian and believed in the human family, and now I feel much more connected to the human family. It's affirming to me.
It clarifies for me in a very personal way that I have as rich and as strong of a heritage in this country as anybody. That feels really good.
People spend too much time worrying about the purity of blood and less time worrying about the experience of life.
DNA says there never was purity of blood.
There's never purity. Just as the United States is so proudly mongrel in its DNA and its very core, then to participate in that is thrilling.
It's like we are a beautiful mixture of American blood through and through. Like, you can't get more American than Native American, European, and African mix.
It's cool that I get to walk now for the rest of my life knowing where I came from. And when I visit different countries, I have a sense of really feeling the history in a different way. To think that my ancestors probably walked those streets.
I want to give you a gift.
Thank you.
Would you open this? Using genealogy, the traditional paper trail, and DNA, we were, my brother, able to construct your whole family tree.
Look at that! What a beautiful gift. I can't wait to study this. Think of the amount of distance traveled in every sense. You know, the miles traveled, the cultures traveled, it makes you feel small and big at the same time. You know, humble, but also very connected. That's a beautiful thing.
That's the end of our journey. Join us next time for another episode of Finding Your Roots.
Unearth what lies beneath the surface. With dark secrets. Only on Intelligence, the world of knowledge.
Shot right in the sweep. Nice little spot. Usually I don't get this. Alright, well, let's just run from here. This is the scenic front, man. This is where I ask, guidance and patience from those who perish. Almost a simple message. And just got something in my throat. This is it. This is where it happened. 3,000 people perish, man. And we can only say a prayer. Ask for their guidance to help us, ordinary human beings, to do what is right. That's all. You just do it, man. It's crazy. Jersey. I come across through the tunnel, and been down here every weekend for the last 2.5 years. I'm the keeper of the boards, as they say. We pretty much made a niche here at Ground Zero, and we hand out flyers and inform the public. We're not at the memorial. It's not a disrespectful spot where we are. It's a lot easier talking about it here at the crime scene because you can relate to it. When you're up in Times Square, people don't care.
My name is Scott, and I've been coming down to Ground Zero since 2006 because I drew my line in the sand, and I realized that 9/11 was a lie, and I don't like to be lied to, and I didn't like to see other people lied to. So I figured I'd come down here on Saturdays and just talk to people and try to see if I can make them understand that they need to look into this. I went on the internet and saw on a website that a professor, Stephen Jones, wrote about Building 7, which I did not know about, and said it was a controlled demolition. I said, boy, this guy's putting himself on the line. I can't believe what he's saying.
Iwan ka na lang po muna yung video.
Can you stand by? And what happened was,
Pwede lang iwan yan dito? Or kukunin nyo na lang mga?
Pwede po, tumawag na lang po.
Tawag niya na pag-perfect up. Thank you, kuya.
Wala pa lang po muna.
Okay. Thank you.
Would you like some information about this? Can I give them something? Okay. This, you understand why we're here?
Yeah, they know that. We were here before.
Let it throw off a little bit.
I just came after the fall.
Sure, huh?
Before attacking all this time, I came 2 days after that, I was here. So I explained to them all this stuff. They born in America, so they know more than I.
Yeah, but you understand we're here to express that this has been a lie.
Yes.
Okay, good.
They know.
Good, great, terrific, because you probably weren't even born when this happened, right?
He was
born, yeah, 2001?
Yeah, 2001.
Yeah. So he wasn't even born when this happened?
We didn't born yet.
No. Right. Well, hold on to this because you should read it, and if it interests you, look into it. And if you have to make a report about Building 7. If you ever have to do anything, do something about Building 7. All right? Yeah, you're welcome. When I first started this, I got into many arguments with family and friends, and I realized from experience that I could lose a lot of people. And so I've calmed down quite a bit in the years, but it's even hard to talk to my own daughter about this, so it's difficult. I have to be careful with what I do.
We come around front, what we do is we use a battery pack, and we actually set up a computer so people can actually see the footage of Building 7 and how it comes down. It's not easy to look at all, but it's so easy to ignore. And that's what's been going on. We've been ignoring this uncomfortable truth. We're being told that this building came down because of office fires. It actually achieved free fall acceleration.
Up your hip, 1, 2, 3, hip,
where all
help me.
resistance has to be taken away in order for a building to fall like this. And we're being told it came down because of office fires. Never noticed by the media. Nobody wants to deal with us. We're kind of shunned upon. But that's okay. We're not out here for the media. We're out here just for people who don't understand what's going on.
Being down here on Saturdays is quite different than being here on the anniversary.
Roll over. You're good. Your right.
The veil came off my eyes about 9/11 when I saw the documentary Loose Change.
A friend of mine gave me a DVD called Loose Change. I looked at
Fine, like a real barrel. Huh?
When justice finally prevails and the whole world can see the truth, there will be a lifting of burden off the entire planet.
We see these people once a year, well, but it would be nice if once in a while they came down on a Saturday and just joined us. Some do, but many don't.
Bago ng utot.
You know, they can have their
Utot pa, no?
little stretch of time
Yo!
there to say what they want to say,
Bago!
and that's fine.
Colin, but we're hoping that this video can be a